No.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting of the Rancho Cordova City Council to order and ask that the clerk call the roll.
Councilmember McGarvey,
Here.
Councilmember Budge,
Here.
Councilmember Terry,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gatewood,
Here.
Mayor Sander.
Here. And Stacy, would you read the Metro Cable TV television announcement, please?
This meeting of the Rancho Cordova City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will air on Sunday, September 23rd at 6 p.m. and Sunday, September 27th at 9 a.m. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any library branch. A copy can also be ordered from the City Clerk's Department, and a webcast of this meeting will also be available within 48 hours of adjournment of this meeting.
Okay, next up we have the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. Is Julie Steinbach of the United Methodist Church present?
She was.
She was before the great shakeup.
She should have joined just now.
There
And
she is.
Julie, there you are. Okay, we are going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be a little chaotic, as it always is on Zoom calls, and then we're going to follow that up with an invocation. So I would ask everyone to find a flag in your vicinity. Linda has one. And then we should all stand or salute as appropriate. And when we are done with the pledge, Julie, if you would just start the invocation. And let's see, Stacy, I'm going to ask you to lead us in the pledge, if you would, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeehaw.
And Julie, if you would lead us in an invocation, please.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Let us pray. Lord, we gather this evening to do the work of the city of Rancho Cordova. It has been a time of new normals amidst this pandemic. Encourage us to make sound decisions on the welfare of our city and its patrons as best as we can with the information available. Lead us through the chaos into the light of reason and recovery. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Okay, thank you very much, Julie. We appreciate it. Again, you're here from the United Methodist Church, great institution in our community. We appreciate your help tonight.
And a prayer too for that's only a temporary new normal.
Yes.
I would rather have the back stuff, usual stuff back again. We can pray for that too.
Okay, we are going to move on to presentations. And our first presentation is to Richard Montgomery. It's a proclamation in recognition of Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. Now, Richard, are you present with us?
I'm looking for Richard, and I don't see him here at this moment in time.
Okay, we have a beautifully worded proclamation. This is something we've done every year for quite some time. I think perhaps always with Richard. I'm not certain of that.
Yes. Always to Richard.
Certainly for quite some time. And it's a great awareness effort, I think, on their part to make men more aware of the fact that getting checked for prostate cancer on a regular basis through PSAs or appropriate exams makes a lot of sense. And so we are signing that proclamation and providing it back to Richard for appropriate publicity, and I'm sure our staff will be assisting in that as appropriate.
Yes.
All right. That will have to suffice for our presentation. We also have a proclamation, designating September 2020 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, if I didn't make that completely clear. So we're on to item number 6 on the agenda, Public comment. Citizens wishing to address the council for any matter on the agenda may do so at this time by completing and submitting a speaker card to the city clerk. For items on the agenda, speakers will be called up to the podium by me at that point on the agenda when the item is heard. Speakers are encouraged to keep comments to 3 minutes or less and to state their name and community residence. Under provisions of the California Government Code, the City Council is prohibited from discussing or taking immediate action on any item not on our agenda unless it can be demonstrated to be of an emergency nature or the need to take immediate action arose after the posting of the agenda. So all that being said, our meeting is being run a little oddly, even for COVID times tonight. If you need recognition during this meeting, you can turn your video on and wave. You can raise your hand in the participant screen if you're joining us by Zoom. And Stacy, are there additional ways if you're calling in?
So if you're calling in, there is a telephone number on the agenda if you're using a landline or a cell phone where you can call in for public comment. You can also, of course, as the mayor said, you can raise your hand, and if you're here in public, of course, you can fill out a public meeting speaker card and turn it into the city clerk's office.
Okay, very good. With that, all that being said, do we have any public comment?
I have 2 speaker cards for individuals who are in the room at the time, and that is Sergio and Helen. I also have several that have been sent via email, which I'll cover next. And then, of course, we will take those who are joining us by Zoom. So, Mayor, I don't know, based upon the topic, if this is something that you need to...
Sergio and Helen are my neighbors. I think I know what they're there for, unless it's something else. So I will recuse myself. Vice Mayor Gatewood, you can run this part of the meeting. And then Stacy or Cyrus or someone, please text me when you're past those comments, and I will rejoin.
I believe Helen's here for a different topic, so we'll just excuse
all right.
you. We'll excuse you for Sergio.
Just for Sergio, then.
Sergio, if
you
you'd
up
like
first?
to... Helen? Okay, we'll start with Helen first.
All right, Helen, come on up.
Hi, my name is Helen Wilbasho. I live at 2600 Tierra Grande Circle. Thank you for letting me speak, but I don't think you're going to be happy with what I've got to talk about. What I want to talk about is when Rancho Cordova became a city, I consider it your responsibility to have preserved the historical sites within the Rancho Cordova area. And with that said, if we knew something was dilapidated or falling apart, we should have put something in place to have brought it up to standards or to do something about it. So on Thursday, I went out to what was Mather Air Force Base, and I wanted to take a picture of a building I found of historical value. This building represents every race, every religion, immigrants new to the country, and it was a neutral environment. It was not affiliated with any particular group. It was the 323rd headquarters building, the H building over there on Armstrong. When I went out there, I drove by and I said, I must have missed it. So I drove around, I saw the big Air Force symbol statue that's there. I drove around and found out the building was missing. So I immediately came and over here, and I found out that a demolition permit was pulled on Sacramento County. In my process of investigating, Sacramento County did not issue the permit. I have an email addressed to the company that removed the building to want to know, I wanted copies of everything. That building was built in about 1948. That building had plenty of asbestos in it. So it would have been required to have hazardous permits pulled. I find it unacceptable that that building was torn down and no one knew it was torn down. I'm very upset about it because that building represents the basis of why Rancho is here. Had that building not been here, had the Air Force not been here, we would have not had Aerojet. We would have, when Highway 50 opened up, we would have gone the wayside of what happened on Route 66 when the towns lost their access to the freeway. So in that said, I want to say something is that building represented every nationality, every race. We do not have a building like that in Rancho Cordova now that does that. We don't have a historical place. I think Rancho needs to look deep and find some place to replace that building. Something needs to replace that building because not everybody is equally represented in the city of Rancho Cordova. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and then next we have Tara, who's here for a different topic. Tara, if you'd like to step up forward, and then Sergio will go next.
Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Cyrus. I'm Tara Kolvenbach, and I live in Stone Creek in Rancho Cordova. And I have two things. One is Sunrise is so smooth. I go up and down it, and I can't get off of the road anymore. So I just want to say thank you to Albert Stricker and his team and Cyrus for the great work. It's so great. So you did a great job. So thank you. Secondly, I heard that the county of Placer had rescinded their medical state of emergency, the health state of emergency, because the COVID stats have gone down. And this is just a question to you, not saying I know everything about all this, but it seems like all of the stats are going down, that the number of cases, the number in the hospitals have gone down. And I was wondering if the city was at all interested in rescinding our state of emergency for this epidemic at this time. So that's just a question to the team, to, whatever. It's just that I was concerned about it. It seems like the governor is going to give out different rules tomorrow about who's going to be in purple, red, orange, or yellow status. I don't know where we're going to be in Sac County, but I know that there's some places that are taking a more aggressive stance. So thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
Sergio?
All right, I will recuse myself. Someone please text me in a few minutes, or I'll join back in about 4 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'll be very brief. One of the agenda items tonight is affordable housing. I very much support affordable housing, given the housing prices in California and how difficult it is now for particularly young families or families on limited income.
Excuse me, Mr. Garcia.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. Forgive me for interrupting, but this is the city attorney. But if you, as you indicated, are speaking on an item that's about affordable housing, it is an agenda item later on the agenda.
I understand.
So we would generally appreciate it if you could speak under that item.
Fine, then I'll move to my next point. Thank you. I want
Thank you very much.
I want to clarify, reiterate, make abundantly clear that our community is not trying to kill the TrueMark project. I repeat, we're not a bunch of naysayers about development in Rancho Cordova. Instead, we have legitimate community traffic concerns that we like to be heard on and addressed in the study that we're hoping will come out soon related to this development. In this regard, we are asking for the same opportunity and courtesy be extended to the attorney that we have retained, who I believe is familiar to some of city staff, Diane Kinderman, and the engineer, Jerry Apples, to meet with us and have an opportunity for us to speak about those concerns and hopefully have those concerns addressed in the upcoming study. I believe to date, the urgings of both attorney and engineer have gone unanswered. If it's true that TrueMark has had the opportunity to meet with city staff or city council members since 2019, June 2019, we would like that same opportunity. Thank you so much.
thank you very much. I'm just going to let the mayor know that we are finished. Okay. We also have public comment that was submitted by email, and I have 4 of those. The first one came from Jacob Woodard. The second came from Davis Liu. The third public comment came from Caroline Chen, and a 4th public comment came from Sarah Zimmerman. Each of the council members have received the public comment, as well as the city attorney and the city manager, and copies have been placed for the public in the back of the room.
Stacy,
Yes.
I got two of those, and I know that they were about one of the propositions on the November ballot. I haven't seen the other 2.
Okay, so we'll get those sent off to you right now.
Okay.
Would you like me to state what they are so that you know what the subject?
Don't you think we should? Don't you think we should include the subject?
I can do that.
Because people won't know who the people are. Yeah.
So Jacob Woodard is, with regards to public comment, his subject line is no to Prop 16. Davis Liu also is speaking on behalf of Prop 16 and strongly wishes to express his strong opposition to Prop 16. Caroline Chen is also writing in response to Proposition 16. She is writing her message to ask that you help fight against Proposition 16 and prevent it from passing. And then Sarah Zimmerman, her public comment is related to an item on our agenda, I believe, which...
Yeah, it is.
Those are the public comments that I have. David, you're on mute.
Thank you. I had to recuse myself on that one item because I live in close proximity to a TrueMark homes project, and state law requires that if you, as a council member, live too close to the project, you're not allowed to participate in discussions about it. So I have to recuse anytime that topic comes up. We are going to move on to council reports. And Mr. McGarvey, what report do you have for us?
I've got a little report about the Mosquito Vector Control Board. They're going to be spraying in Winters and also on Franklin Boulevard in South Sacramento. They'll be doing it between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. They do have it they're very careful about what they spray and how much of it they do. It's been very successful on most of the areas that they've done it. There are a couple of new mosquitoes that are showing up. We don't have them in Rancho Cordova, but there's a lot of detail you can get going to https://www.fightthebite.net, or you can call 800-429-1022, and you can call them and get information about where they're spraying and if they're going to have anything like that in your area in the future. So it's very good information. And the call is 800-429-1022, and then www.fightthebite.net. There's finally a little bit about the West Nile virus that was in the news the other day, and there hasn't been much. We've been very fortunate on that. I'm not sure it's because of the smoke. I'm not sure it's because of the heat that we had there for a while. But anyway, a lot less of it for right now, at any rate. So Tomorrow I have Wednesday, I have a meeting with the sanitation district. They'll be talking about the millions and millions of dollars they spent on that new plant that they're building in South Sacramento, Elk Grove, actually. We've been through that on a tour, and it's unbelievable the size of what they're doing on that. But when they're done, it's going to be one of the most, if not the best, probably in the United States. When you talk about $2 billion on something, you can probably come up with quite a few things, and it does a lot. So anyway, that'll be my next one. One more thing. My wife and I went to Clear Lake State Park and did some fishing, even did some catching, and it's good also.
Good.
We got 5 catfish, and the smallest one was 25 inches long. So it was, it was very good. But also while we were sitting and watching, you could see that the smoke would come in, and you couldn't see across the lake. And then the wind would change, and you'd see it again. Just like here, all of a sudden you have a lot of smoke coming down. And you start looking for something looking to put on. That mask doesn't help sometimes. At any rate, we had a good time, and it's nice every once in a while to get away and do something, just lay back and relax. So anyway, that's what I've got.
Good. Thank you, Bob. Linda.
Thank you, David. So I'd like to start tonight with 2 congratulations. The first one would be to the heroic helicopter crews who received the Distinguished Flying Cross at McClellan last week from the President for their work rescuing all those people up in the mountains at the campgrounds. It feels really close to home because they go over my house every day when they leave home to go support the fires, and I think we should congratulate them. We also want to congratulate Premier Homes, one of our local home builders, because at the BIA awards meeting, they were awarded Community of the Year for their projects at Montalena. So that was certainly noteworthy.
All right, that's excellent.
It really is. Like everybody else, I went out and we all released our butterflies. We went out on the front lawn and for a fundraiser for the Children's Museum in honor of Grandparents' Day. We had a great time. It is absolutely one of the most genius things I've ever seen. And they gave us all a perfectly beautiful book as a souvenir. And all the kids loved it, and we really had the best time. And this one specifically for Garrett. Garrett, I went to a boodle fight. Have you ever heard of a boodle fight? It is a Philippine tradition. A boodle fight turns out, Google it, guys. It's like poodle, only boodle. It turns out to be a giant feast. And it started with the military in the Philippines. They would put all the food on the table, and the unit would line up along the table, and then everybody would dig in and eat with their hands. Well, this one was done for a birthday party, and it was definitely more civilized than that. But it was absolutely fascinating. And seriously, the gentleman who did the food, it was an incredible arrangement and huge variety of fishes and pork and vegetables, fruits, spring rolls, just
was it a Kamayan?
Pardon?
A Kamayan? A Kamayan?
No, boodle fight. Google it. Google it.
Sounds like a crawfish boil in New Orleans, actually. Sometimes you'd put newspaper all over the dining room table and on the floor and just pile all the food on. Everybody sits around the table and eats with their hands.
Or like the soft shell crab things we've been to in D.C. But this was all banana leaves spread out on the table. It was really quite amazing. Regional Transit met last Monday night, and as you've probably read or heard on somewhere, they approved by a split vote they approved the streetcar to nowhere. It will go,
Oh, no.
it will be 3 stops. It will run from the downtown train station to Capitol Mall and stop there. And then it will go over to Rayleigh Field, which isn't Rayleigh Field anymore. And that's it. But it preserved a $50 million grant that Congresswoman Doris Matsui had gotten from the feds, and that was the whole idea. The other interesting thing that's going on at Regional Transit, this is really a game changer. They did an ad hoc committee, and I'm going to serve on it, to look at where regional transit facilities should be. It's no secret that their building is as old as Methuselah and needs replacing, and they need to decide where to put that building, and then they need to decide how best to serve their service area with new forms of transportation. So this will evolve over the next few months, and it will be absolutely fascinating. And then finally, Community Council, under the same difficult circumstances that Stacy is laboring, put on a remarkable event on Friday called Whistle Stop. And we got to hear, people tuning in got to hear all of the candidates for City Council. And they're going to do another one. And David, I would encourage Shelley to put the schedule up. Apparently it's not on their website yet, but they talked about an event you have coming up, and then they talked about an evening event that's going to be a combination lunch, dinner, and second half of Whistle Stop with candidates for maybe Congress and the Assembly and the school districts. So those are things that people need to be aware of. And I would close by saying that it's definitely appropriate that we should adjourn tonight in honor of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Her service on the Supreme Court seems to have been really quite remarkable. There was a thing, an interview with her that was sent around today on Facebook, and she, for all her firm beliefs in one specific philosophy, she had friends on both sides of the aisle, and it's obvious that her opinions were informed by her close relationship with other people who did not share her same philosophy. So I think it's appropriate we adjourn tonight in her honor.
Excellent idea. All right, we're moving on to Mr. Terry.
Okay, I'll keep it pretty brief. There haven't been any 2x2s with the school districts since our last meeting. I'd echo the comments that Linda made about the Children's Museum's fundraiser over the weekend, the butterfly release. Those poor butterflies didn't exactly pick the best time to be released with all of the smoke in town, but we picked up our butterflies. They had to augment even the plan for that day. The idea was to actually do some things on site at City Hall and in the parking lot, and they had to kind of scratch that and just come get them and take them home. But kudos to the Children's Museum, who's really running on a shoestring budget. I know Micah, and I want to thank Micah and Cyrus. There's been a negotiation with the Children's Museum in using some of their remaining Measure H funds that they had dedicated to them to at least keep a skeleton crew there and operating and trying to do some programming online and these kind of weekend events. As a city council member that's on the board, I've been kind of put in a unique position of wearing 2 hats a lot of times. And so I appreciate Micah and Cyrus and staff to work with the Children's Museum and not kind of put me in the middle of a lot of those negotiations and stuff. But the Children's Museum is still there. We still have staff. They're still running a couple of projects. One new addition that's over there that obviously a lot of us can't go in there and look at it right now, but you might hear it if you're walking around the building. They added a new honeybee exhibit that's actually a glass chamber on the wall. that you can see the honeybees from the inside. You can actually see their hive, and it's got a hole out of the building outside. So if you go out onto the White Rock side of the building, that's actually where the bees, I believe that's the side. On the White Rock side, that's where the bees are actually coming and going from the building, but their hive is actually inside in a completely see-through glass container that people can see. And I believe they posted some stuff online. So they're still doing what they can do. Obviously, just like Tara mentioned earlier, indoor museums and particularly children's museums are really trying to figure out how they're going to operate going forward in what is probably the new normal for quite a while. Because essentially, children's museums are, not designed for COVID. Let's put it that way. If I remember, one of the children's museums somewhere in the country is called Hands On, and I believe another one is like the Touch Center or something like that. And it's like come in and playing with stuff and touch everything, and that's exactly what we can't be doing these days. So they're still there. They're still working hard, and I appreciate staff's help in making sure that they continue. That's it for me.
All right, very good. Mr. Gaywood. Garrett.
I got to unmute stuff, so you don't hear my kids screaming in the background. So we had a rowling meeting with the county where David and I, David was very mature and articulate, and then there was me. So I'm not going to get into the details, but the words, who are you going to fire, may have come up in the meeting. But they are going to work hard to see what they can do to help fix the situation and put the money in the right spot. Sacramento Public Library, luckily we still have Rivka. In all honesty, their budget is quite good. So we're not in the hole at all. And I don't know how she was able to do this since people don't really check out books anymore, but they're actually growing and they need some new IT people to help with more digital stuff. And so kudos for the Sacramento Library and all the work that Linda did. I like coming in at the end and like taking the credit, but I heard it was horrible. But yeah, it's great. Like Rivka moved some stuff, and now people are checking out more books than they've ever had, and they have a whole group that comes out and just kind of hands the books out to seniors and people that need them. And now they have this cool thing where you can check out computer time, so that you can schedule your time and come on site and then use the computer and then go off. So I mean, it's great. STA, they had a quick meeting, went over some budget items, not really much to say. And then great job, Shelley and Diane, about the the whistle stop. I was the no on Measure R, and, it was great. And then if you want to listen to it, they are going to splice it up and help my man Donald, who couldn't call in and sounded like a robot the whole time. So we're going to splice him up with a real speech in there so he doesn't sound all bad. But, yeah, that was great. And, the good part is we're finding ways to keep going. So the city is soldiering on.
All right, Garrett. Thank you very much. Let's see. I did a Zoom call with Rancho Cordova restaurants that are involved in the Great Place program about 2 weeks ago, just after our last council meeting, and it was very informative. There's quite a few restaurants engaged in that, and they were very appreciative, not only of the opportunity to keep in business and keep making food and keep sharing with everyone, but they were also really excited about the human contact they were having with the seniors in the community whose nutritional needs they are serving. So that was probably the most touching part of the meeting, was the restaurant saying, well, not only are we able to employ people and stay in business, but we are, making contacts with these seniors. And in some cases, the restaurateurs were going above and beyond what was necessary in the program in terms of delivering food, and they were doing additional things, helping out these seniors they'd located who were sort of in shut-in-like conditions. So it was a very good call, and very sort of enlightening to see how our businesses are helping out residents in that way, in a way you might not automatically expect. I've been participating in just a ton of conferences and phone calls and Zoom meetings National League of Cities had a transportation committee meeting. I'm one of the subcommittee chairs, or co-chairs, I should say, in the NLC Transportation Network. Previously, I chaired the entire committee. That may be happening again in the future. We're sort of at a standstill this year with the federal government. This is a year when we should have seen transportation reauthorization. It, of course, is stalled in a presidential election year, as many of us probably thought would happen. Nonetheless, NLC made a valiant effort. They've also made a valiant effort with COVID relief, not gotten anything through Congress for smaller cities. Obviously, the bill went through that supported large cities and large counties, but nothing's gone through that route that has been directed to small cities. So for people out there who know, for example, the city of Sacramento got about 90 million, County of Sacramento got about 184 million, plus I think another 30 million from the state. City of Rancho Cordova got about 900,000, 964,000, I think, based on our population. And it's the ratio is wildly different from City of Sacramento dollars per person, or the County of Sacramento dollars per person versus us. And unfortunately, that does not appear likely to change. So we did some math, I think, at our last meeting. It comes out to about $12 a resident, something like that. It is not a lot of money we have available for COVID relief. And so we've got to be very wise in how we spend it. But the NLC is working on our behalf, and we're hoping in some point in the future there may be additional support. I attended the GSEC board, which is the Greater Sacramento Economic Development Corporation meeting. There's interesting refugee sort of situation going on from the Bay Area and businesses there as they're moving away from San Francisco and San Jose and other Bay cities. And they are looking to Sacramento, and they're looking to out of state. And so GSEC is working to try to capture a part of that flow for the Sacramento region. And there are some remarkable real estate transactions going on. I think Dignity Health wrote a very large check just to exit a long-term lease in downtown San Francisco for a variety of reasons, much of which apparently was driven by the fact that with COVID and people working from home, they realized they really did not have to have that office space. And so it's changing sort of the lay of the land underneath us, and GSEC, as our economic development partner at the regional level, is working to take advantage of that. SACOG board had an important meeting last week. I have raised here the issue before, whether or not we should be giving out regional transportation grants based on competition from our members, where we each put up our best projects and we measure against the goals that SACOG is measured against. Are we achieving the best we can for every transportation dollars against those goals? And there was a movement within SACOG, particularly led by the County of Sacramento, to distribute those dollars by population formula instead of at that competition level. The challenge would have been that SACOG would not have performed as well in the state or nationally, and it would have probably harmed all of our grant seeking success rate. And so there was a big debate meeting a month ago that led to no resolution of the issue about how we should distribute future funds. This past meeting, I should say that previous meeting was overwhelmingly in favor of competitive distribution. But the counties had just enough votes to hold it off, and this particular meeting, they have withdrawn their plan to distribute those dollars per capita. There have been some important modifications made to how those grants are handed out. I don't think any of those harm Rancho Cordova. They probably benefit us, give us a little more insights into the process of how those grants are awarded. So I think all in all, everybody wins from that discussion. There was a Whistle Stop last week, which was a lot of fun. I understand Whistle Stop 2 that someone mentioned. I'm not sure if it was Bob or Linda, but that Whistle Stop 2 that's going to involve Folsom Cordova Unified School District candidates is happening on October the 9th. And I think it's advertised at least on the Chamber website, if not also the Cordova Community Council website. But that's October the 9th for Folsom Cordova Unified School District candidates and other candidates. So you don't want to miss that. I've been on Zoom meetings talking about vaccines, talking about vaccine studies in Northern California, talking about school reopenings, details of school reopenings, details of youth sports. There are some really interesting things that we kind of miss being in California. You know, there are only 5 states in the United States that do not have youth sports operating right now. 5. That's it. Everybody else, the other 45, have youth sports going. So it's a very odd situation we kind of find ourselves in there. I will continue to participate in those. About half of them are because I'm a virologist and that's my job. About the other half are probably elected official related to MLC or some other local organization or city-related organization. So I try to participate in those as much as possible. Occasionally I'm asked to address those and speak to them. And in that line, the Community Council asked me to do a COVID info session. I've done these for the Rotary. I've done this for Rotary Northern California. I've done them for a couple of other organizations. Our Faith Council requested one, and they decided that I should try to do one of those for the community. So that's being hosted, I think, by the Community Council and the Chamber on September 29th at 5 p.m., which is next Tuesday. And apparently the presidential debates come on at 6 p.m., so I've got to be wrapping this thing up quick. But in any case, that's the plan. If you need more COVID information, check with those two organizations. And finally, we talked 2 weeks ago, I think, about Purple Air. Donald and I had a little discussion about it and the number of sensors they have in Rancho Cordova and how those sensors are being used to monitor air quality by any number of devices and apps and websites. And Rancho Cordova had, I think, at that point, one Purple Air sensor. And I propose that Cyrus pursue just adding more by asking for citizen volunteers. It's a perfect example of how Rancho Cordova operates relatively quickly and with citizen input and seeking citizens who are interested in this anyway. Maybe they already have a weather station in their backyard. They can add an air sensor. So the plan is that the city will purchase some of these air sensors, and as I understand it, we have volunteers covering most of our neighborhoods at this point. Add those to the Purple Air network, which will get added to any number of other websites and increase, probably exponentially, the quality of the sensing that we've got going on for air quality here in Rancho Cordova as a result. So Cyrus is doing this under his authority. We don't need official city council action. I just wanted to be sure you all knew about it. It's pretty exciting, rapid turnaround of an idea from a constituent, and I think just a great example of how we do business in Rancho Cordova.
David?
Anything else, council?
Question.
Yeah.
The 9th is for that whistle stop, and you're the speaker for the luncheon, aren't you, for the community council?
For not on the Friday, this is a separate one. So I'm the speaker on September 29th, 5 p.m. I think that's next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Whistle Stop 2 is being held October the 9th. That's for Folsom Cordova Unified School District candidates and other Rancho Cordova-based candidates.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Anything else under council reports? We are then moving on to city manager's report. Cyrus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two quick items. First of all, the City Council approved at the last council meeting another round of economic recovery program for small businesses. The program provides for approximately $200,000 to be given to small businesses, less than up to $10,000 for each eligible business. The application period for this grant program started today, and it will go through Sunday of this week, and it's designed for small businesses. So any business that has up to 25 employees and also has had less than $3 million in revenues in 2019. So we do expect that we will be probably oversubscribed for the program, and our goal is to select randomly among the eligible businesses and be able to put some of our CARES Act funding to good use to help our businesses. The second item, Council, I would like to share with you is that I'm very excited to say that we have been selected by the National League of Cities to participate in a program. It's an initiative focused on improving equity for post-secondary education, and it's a very lofty list of cities that applied for the program, and Rancho Cordova was the only city from California that was selected to participate in the program. And the goals of it, I just read from the language that we received from this initiative is focused on improving equity for low-income and disadvantaged students. And it's also designed to position post-secondary completion as a strategy to increase pathways out of poverty. So we're very proud and excited to be participating in this program. And the kickoff meeting is planned for next week. And I would like to thank Megan Siren of our staff who helped to write the application. And it's really good to be having a very high caliber, high level discussion with cities like Arlington, Texas, Jacksonville and Orlando, Florida, Las Vegas, St. Louis, and some other ones, Richmond and New York, New Jersey. So it's very proud, definitely a great thing for the city to be selected to participate in this program. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, that is a big deal. That is a big deal being selected for that program. And I can't help but think that our leadership, sort of in the Promise program, in allowing free college for every kid in Rancho Cordova to go to community college, sort of on us paying tuition and various support things, played a big role in that. And the other great thing about it is it allows us to look with sort of a national view of what are the best ways to expand the Promise program or redirect it, given that the state has now made community college basically free in California. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here, and we've got, a large population of kids that really need all the assistance we can find to help them get a good start in life. So I'm really excited about this opportunity.
In fact, Mr. Mayor,
I also point out that, when you compare our Promise program to just about any other one in the country, for the amount of money that we spend, the bang for our buck that we have been getting from this over the last 4 or 5 years is just been phenomenal. And you're right, even with the state doing that, and we've redoubled our efforts with the same amount of money. I mean, there has never been $150,000 better spent in an annual budget than I've ever seen for the impact that we've been getting from this. And I'm talking about from students, from people that just the interest of our residents in wanting to understand how it works. And then the people that, maybe in Pulse Cordova school district but not live within the city, and how envious they are. The recruiting that we could even do with telling people that, you just got to move if you want to be a part of the program, has just been phenomenal. So great job, Cyrus, and everybody else that's been a part of it, especially Stacy D, wherever she is.
Thank you.
Sarah, did you forward that on to us?
Yes,
so if you pass it on, I appreciate it.
Sure, I'll be happy to do it.
All right, any other comments, updates, reports? Seeing none, we're going to move on to item number 9, consent calendar items. Consent calendar items consist of matters deemed routine and non-controversial by staff unless a member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration. All items will be approved by one motion. Are there any items between items 9.1 and 9.4 that a member of the council wishes to pull? If not, I am open for a motion.
Hearing none, I will move approval of items 9.1 through 9.4.
Motion by Budge. Second by McGarvey. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Councilmember McGarvey?
Aye.
Councilmember Terry?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gatewood?
Yes.
Mayor Sander?
Aye.
Thank you.
We are moving on to item number 10, consent public hearing items. Consent public hearing items consist of matters deemed routine and non-controversial by staff. Unless a member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration, all items will be approved by one motion. I'm going to open the public hearing. Are there any speaker cards turned in on these items?
No, there's not.
I'm going to close the public hearing. Are there any items the council wishes to pull off of this list? This is from 10.1 and 10.2.
So hearing none, I will move approval, but I'm going to ask Adam, since there really are two completely separate kinds of actions, should they be taken individually?
That has not been our practice. There's no public comments. Certainly, council member, if you wish to speak on either item or make a comment regarding it, you are welcome to, but we have had consent public hearing calendars that had many diverse and important items on them in the past.
Okay, then I will move approval of items 10.1 and 10.2.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Budge, second by Terry. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Terry?
Aye.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Councilmember McGarvey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gatewood?
Yes.
Mayor Sander?
Aye.
Thank you.
That brings us to item number 11, public hearing items, of which there are none, and item number 12, regular calendar items. Item 12.1 is, Bob, you might want to read this one. Hospital Feasibility Study Report.
As a matter of fact.
Well, thank you, Ms.
We've been working on that since forever. So.
Forever. Okay. Cyrus,
thank you,
take it
Mr.
away.
Mayor.
Going around trying to get information too. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you all remember that for many, many years that we've been having our visioning sessions, the topic of having or bringing a hospital to the city has always ranked to the top. So recently we felt that it was time for us to formalize this process and identify our opportunities in bringing a hospital. So we retained the Fox Group to do a feasibility study for the city. They have conducted the initial phase of the study, and we're pleased to give you the results of this analysis and the study that they have done for us. And with that, I will turn it over to Amanda Norton of our Economic Development Division, who would go over the study, the scope, and the recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So this evening, I'm going to head just for a little logistics. I'm going to start the presentation, and then I'm going to hand it off to our two consultants, who I believe are on the phone.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. Hello to the council members and the mayor. Thank you so much for having us.
All right. Just double checking Zoom meetings and all. So we're just going to go through the purpose of the study, some market analysis, some challenges, and then some strategies, and then we'll wrap up with the next steps to this. In addition to just one other thing to do is we have reached out to previous healthcare systems, or we've reached out to healthcare systems previously to see if they were interested in a hospital here in Rancho Cordova. And really, now that we have a lot of new growth and also a lot of future growth, we felt that this was another really good opportunity to contract with the Fox Group. And on that, I will turn this presentation over to our consultants to begin to introduce themselves and then to go ahead and start the rest of the presentation.
Yes, thank you so much, Amanda, and thank you again for inviting us to the meeting tonight. My name is Navid Poppin, and I'm being joined by Jim Hook. We're both consultants with the Fox Group, and we'll go ahead and present the findings summarized for you tonight. Okay. So on the screen, you'll see the main key purpose for the market study, and it was essentially to provide the city of Rancho Cordova with an analysis of the current healthcare and hospital-based care market in and around Sacramento County. There is quite a few hospitals in the area, so this market assessment was completed in order to see whether it would be feasible to start a hospital up in the city of Rancho Cordova. In the report, we make various recommendations and findings presented, but we'll go ahead and do that in a little bit more of a summarized fashion tonight. On the screen, you'll see what services were provided with this particular engagement. I won't go through the list, but you can see that there. So we'll start with the market analysis portion. Talking specifically about the service area, in this particular case, we focused most of our attention on the city of Rancho Cordova. There are some areas in and around Rancho Cordova that can be potential target markets. However, the bulk of the patient target group will be coming from the city of Rancho Cordova. According to the 2018 census, the population growth rate from 2010 to 2018 was about an average of 14%, with a slight increase in growth over the last 5 years of about 16%. That being said, there are some recent projections in the Rancho Cordova General Plan project, projecting the population to see some pretty substantial increases over the next decade with the various developments that are occurring or expected to occur. Another point to notice is that the highest frequency user age group for hospital services is 20 to 49. That accounts for about 40% of all discharges in the county and in the state. With the city of Rancho Cordova, that population group falls about 28.5% of the population. And then, of course, 90% of the residents in the city of Rancho Cordova have some form of health insurance coverage, which would be useful to the hospital as well. To go into specific age groups, the three major groups that make up 75% of the total individuals that utilize hospital services in California include that 20 to 49 age group, which is the 40% we just discussed. The second group is 50 to 69, which accounts for 23% of the population. And the third largest group is 1 to 9, and that's about 11%. Also, patients covered by the Medicare program account for about 40% of average occupancy in U.S. hospitals. In the local hospitals, the average Medicare patient occupancy rate ranged from about 33.6% at UC Davis to 55.1% at Sutter Roseville. On the screen, you'll see a graphic that plots out the major target customer groups. The circles in blue are the main target groups, the primary target groups, with Rancho Cordova, of course, being the largest population center. As you'll notice, the other cities like Gold River, Rosemont, they don't necessarily have a high population. They are accessible to a potential hospital within the city limits. However, because the population is so small, Rancho Cordova will be the main target. The groups that are in the green circles are also accessible to a potential hospital within the city limits, but there is some competition involved in that with other hospitals, and so that would be considered a more secondary market. And on the screen, you'll see we've plotted out estimated travel times from the various cities. Yes?
Can I ask a question that has to do with those green circles?
Absolutely.
Just a quick one. Does that assume that the Kaiser Morris is closing within some foreseeable future and moving to the rail yards?
It does not specifically take that into account. However, with Kaiser, because it's a closed system, you do have quite a few of the population that's available to you outside of people who have Kaiser health plans specifically. And I know that Kaiser does see some individuals that don't necessarily have Kaiser coverage. However, with various options that are available, and if a hospital does open up within the city limits and contracts with health plans, those patients would ultimately be required to come to the hospital within the city limits.
Okay.
Okay, and again, the estimated travel times, we plotted those out just to kind of give a sense and a picture of the distance between the various cities and the various hospitals available. Those in red are the ones that are the shortest distance for those particular cities, to the potential new hospital within the city limits. And then here in this graphic, you'll see various market segments. The green market segments are those areas within the county that are most accessible in regards to a potential target population for patients. Again, to stress, Rancho Cordova is your main target population. However, those areas within the green box, the green shaded areas, are also accessible potential target populations. Those being in the shaded red boxes, those are more competition areas. So in those particular areas, you would be facing various competitors that would also have equal, if not more, access to the patient population. That doesn't necessarily negate those particular groups. However, it would be much more difficult to acquire and would probably be a more long-term goal. And then the blue shaded areas are what we'll call the shared areas, in which populations within those areas are just as likely to come to Rancho Cordova as they would some of the other hospitals that are nearby. some of the determining factors for that would be quality of care, accessibility, health plans, and that type of thing. So to speak on the primary market, again, the city of Rancho Cordova's population has increased rapidly over the past 10 years to an estimated 78,000 in 2020. With the proposed housing projects, that could increase quite substantially by 2030. Whether that will come to fruition or not is unclear. However, there is a projection in terms of the number of developments that are planned and in the works, and it could potentially be happening. Residents in general are quite used to leaving the city limits to obtain hospital services, so travel time may not necessarily be as big of a deterrent in regards to hospital services, and that might be the case for other cities outside of Rancho Cordova as well. But we would want to expect that any market penetration for a new hospital in the Rancho Cordova population would likely be slow over the first few years of operation. In the current marketplace, based on the competitors and the populations, I'd say a conservative estimate for the first year's market penetration for a new hospital is likely to be around 20% of the projected hospital discharges, patient days, and outpatient visits within the population. Okay, Jim, do you want to take over?
Sure. We mentioned the secondary market, the areas in green, north of the river, et cetera, and just for comparison purposes, as far as how close do people live to hospitals now, a big study by a Pew Research Center showed that suburban areas, people lived 5.5 miles from their nearest hospital, and in urban areas, they were even closer. We would also see, in order to attract people from farther away, you would see patients having to travel from denser populated areas to lesser populated areas. And that's pretty much counter to what the usual flow is. People tend to think that bigger hospitals in urban areas have higher quality than the suburban hospital that they may be close by to. And of course, physicians will have a lot to do with that. But to summarize, we decided not to incorporate any of the population-based projections of hospital activities based on the population of secondary market areas. So we pretty much stuck with the population in the city of Rancho Cordova for the initial pass after this. So we're blessed here in California because there's a lot of data available about numbers of discharges, numbers of patient days. A patient day is one patient in the hospital for one day, and the number of outpatient visits. So we were able to put together an estimated catchment population for the greater metropolitan area, Sacramento area, and then match that up with the discharges, patient days, and outpatient visits that are reported by hospitals in this metropolitan area. And we left out some services because we didn't think that they would be included in an initial hospital construction project in Rancho Cordova. Then we also took a look at different population growth scenarios and what the effects on those three factors would be, and as well as the average daily census. That's a really important figure because that's going to drive, at least in part, how large of a hospital you might be able to support in this area. So in this presentation, we're going to show you what would happen if you got the same average growth over 10 years that you've had in the past 5 years. And we also took a look at what would happen if you got just half of that enormous growth that was projected in the general plan, which would be as much as 37% over 5 years. So this slide shows you the average daily census for those two growth projections. And again, that's how many people, and this is for the entire population of the city, how many people are in the hospital on the average day based upon some population growth between 2020 and we picked 2022 because you couldn't possibly have a hospital built and operating any sooner than that. And you can see that that ranged from 69 people in the hospital to up to 73 at the 8% growth compared to 77 people up to 91 people if you got that higher rate of growth. And of course, it's quite likely the average would be somewhere in between those two numbers. So what are the challenges in the marketplace there? Well, we also wanted to model, well, how many people can you attract? And we call that the penetration rate. A conservative estimate would be that you could attract 20% of people in the area within the city in your first year, and rising to as many as 45% by the fourth year. A more realistic average might be 25% in the first year, and an aggressive scenario would be up to 35% of people who choose to come to a new hospital in Rancho Cordova the first year it was open. So now we're talking about just these individual penetration rates. And you can see we start at 14 in the year 2022 under this conservative 25% growing to 45% scenario, compared to an aggressive scenario where you start with 24 average daily census, but rising to 44 average daily census, even if you only have 8% growth. And then if you look at the 37% growth scenario, again, half of the growth projected in the general plan, you can see in the first couple of years it doesn't make a lot of difference. So we're talking about 15 average daily census versus 14. And 41, I think, compared to, I think the last number was 37. And it goes up a little bit more if you can achieve the aggressive growth scenarios, 27 to 55. So another challenge, of course, is the competition. This is a map of all of the acute care hospitals in the area, all the way from Woodland and Kaiser South Sacramento up to Sutter Rosedale and Mercy Hospital at Folsom. So the area in Sacramento County there is really dominated by three large systems: Kaiser Foundation, Dignity Health, and Sutter Health. They all operate multiple hospitals. They have multiple medical group affiliations and outpatient service locations. And then you have the Academic Medical Center, UC Davis, the Shriners Hospital, and the VA Medical Center. As we looked at utilization data, we included all of those hospitals, with the exception of the VA, since they don't publish their information, and they have a really specialized population as well. Just to point out, Kaiser is unique. They combine health plan coverage, physician and outpatient care, and hospital care into one integrated system. The other two systems, Dignity and Sutter, strive to emulate that, although they do not have the health plan component to that. So the average occupancy of those 12 non-federal hospitals for most of their services, excluding the ones that I mentioned before, was 55% in the 2018 to 2019 period, which is the latest the data is available for. That compares to an average occupancy rate for urban hospitals in California of 57% for almost the same amount of services. So in order to move the occupancy rate from an average of 55% to 60%, and assuming that the use rates stay about the same, you'd have to grow the population by 190,000 people just to make that much difference. Another way of saying that is that there's quite a bit of capacity in the area already. Some projects, of course, are being put on hold, particularly with Sutter. Dignity Health is building an outpatient surgery services and outpatient center in Folsom, and they want to build a replacement hospital or Methodist hospital in Elk Grove. This is what's announced. All of these things are probably going to go slower than the systems imagined they would before 2020. So what kind of strategies would be applicable? Well, you have to start with physicians. As I mentioned, these days physicians are often sorted into different types of networks based upon the health system that they affiliate with. And although you've got 105 primary care physicians within a 5-mile radius of the center of Rancho Cordova, many of those people are across the river, of course, and then you've also got them sorted into these different health systems, Sutter, Dignity, and UC Davis. And then, of course, there's a big emphasis on primary care because they are the gatekeepers to most other specialists, and in order, and even for hospital admissions. Then there's the competitive health systems in the area. You should never underestimate what they will do to protect their current market share. They're going to try to strengthen their relationships with physicians and with health plans to keep or capture more market share. And all those systems are under financial pressure due to the effects of COVID-19. Although they've started to come back from that a little bit, it's probably going to affect them for not only this year, but into next year. And then you also have to think about what do the health plans want to do. Now, health plans are pretty famous for wanting to have it both ways. They'd like to have lots of hospitals in their networks, but they also get pressure from their current hospital networks to not let more competitors into a given geographic area. But the main thing is always going to be the population growth. So if there's rapid population growth in a specific area, they're going to want all those new residents to be their members as much as possible. And if that requires them contracting with a new hospital, you could expect that that's what they would do. Then there's location strategies. There's multiple factors that would govern the location, and everywhere from the availability of land, it's how close it is to residential or other commercial development, how close it is to the freeway, where it is with respect to physicians in the community. And so we identified at least 2 planned developments that look like they have enough acreage in a corner of them for a new hospital and medical office campus. Of course, one of them is the Westboro specific plan at the corner there of Sunrise Boulevard, or along White Rock, I guess, from Sunrise Boulevard. There's probably enough land there for a hospital. And then if you look at Rio del Oro, the next one in the regional town center area, there's quite a bit of acreage that some of which could be devoted to a hospital. And those would both be reasonably good locations near major intersections. It's going to be really difficult to build a hospital next to the freeway because most of the freeway access points that are close to the freeway are already built up. And it would be pretty unusual to start tearing things down in a fairly new city to make room for a hospital, other than in an area like this where there's nothing been built so far. So to summarize, we think the area would support the establishment of an additional hospital, but there would be challenges to that. We think the focus should be on acquiring as many patients out of Rancho Cordova as you can. But areas like Rosemont, areas southwest of Folsom, et cetera, those are also viable areas for patient acquisition. Basically on the south side of the river, at least to begin with, so people won't be contending with the bridge traffic or the traffic in the morning or in the evening.
And at this
So
moment,
Dave, I have a really basic question, because I really don't. I appreciate their research, but I don't understand how this would work. When you talk about people choosing where to go to a hospital, around here we do not choose where to go to a hospital. We choose which health plan, and then we go to whatever hospital comes with the health plan. And for instance, even if you don't belong to Kaiser or Sutter or Dignity Health, and you have something like TRICARE or TRICARE for Life, only Mercy General takes TRICARE insurance for the retired military. So it's not like you have a choice. Going back at least 3 decades ago, there was a move by some of the for-profit and not-for-profit public and private hospitals to come from the Midwest or back east, and they simply couldn't meet, they could not, there was the brand loyalty or the brand capture, whatever you want to call it, of the people who already belong to these major health plans is so strong that you can't just stop and go to Adventist Hospital or something like that, because they don't necessarily take your health plan. It's my impression that this system around here is relatively unique. It's also part of what's causing us in Northern California to pay higher PERS fees than they do in Southern California. But I really don't understand how you would ever get patients away from the health plans that they belong to already.
It wouldn't be a matter of getting people away from their current health plan. And you have to start at the health plan level. If you want to build a hospital, you have to make sure that health plans are going to be willing to contract with you. And that's where we talked about the countervailing pressures. They'd like to keep their networks smaller, but they also want to be in places where they know people will accept their plan because they know they can go to a local hospital. So it's definitely a balancing act.
Well, the individual patient would have to get permission to go out of plan to get treated someplace else.
Well, but that's why you want your hospital to be in the plan, to be able to contract with the health plans, especially the major ones that cover the area.
Do they do that in other parts of the country? I mean, where, like Adventist is the only name that comes to mind right offhand. Adventist comes over here and they contract with, probably not Kaiser because it's a foundation, but Dignity or Sutter?
Yes, but as you said, Sacramento area is fairly unique because the marketplace is carved up, particularly with hospital systems that, for one reason or another, have been able to keep out other competitors. But, you know, the health plans are always looking for alternatives also because they're at the mercy of these hospital systems for higher rates than they would be paying elsewhere. It's a challenge. There's no two ways about it.
One of the questions, a couple of years after we became a city, a reporter asked me about a hospital. And I said, well, right now, and even more today, you have to have it timed. So if you're going to have a heart attack, say, you have to time it before the morning when we have 60, 70,000 people coming here to work and the traffic is really jammed, or at lunchtime, or in the afternoon when people are going home. So you want to have everything done in between all that traffic, because we are surrounded by cities with hospitals, but we don't have one. We've got a population of 78,000 plus, and we have 65,000 people working here, and yet they have to leave the city to go to a hospital. So you're fighting traffic on Highway 50 either direction. On Sunrise Boulevard, across the river, or going down south to Elk Grove. So we're talking about time. I've talked to the people in the ambulances, and they said it takes quite a bit of time to get from Rancho Cordova, say, to Mercy San Juan. To get there, then they're out of business as far as getting more work, because they have the time to get across the river and then get to the hospital, and then do the paperwork, and then get back again and get through the traffic again. And so that's one of the things I think that I have been always looking at is how do we get just a general hospital? General being whether it's Sutter, whether it's Kaiser, whether it's UC Davis, whoever. We would need to have something like that so people could come and they pick you up in the hospital or in your home rather in the ambulance. You can be in the hospital in 10 minutes rather than 45 minutes because of the traffic. Is that something that was looked at?
Well, we did look at the travel times, which you saw the picture of, but it's really intuitively obvious, I guess I would say, that if you're across the river from most of the hospital resources, or the hospitals are downtown or pretty far away in the south, you can get to a hospital a lot quicker if it's in your city. The question is, can you compete with those other people? Can you compete with those other people where the health plans are saying, well, it's 7 or 8 miles to Mercy Hospital. What do we need another hospital in Rancho Cordova for?
Yeah, I would just kind of piggyback on that and say, the population size is your key factor in this particular equation. As long as the population continues to grow, the need will be there. And regardless of whether I go to, whatever hospital, if I'm able to, through my health plan and through the fact that there is a hospital within the city limits, it's kind of it's the easy choice. Going back to what Jim was saying, to drive across into that traffic just doesn't make sense. So.
Yeah, I would just point out, Bob, I had a spouse that was at Roseville Kaiser for 50 days, and then my 5-year-old, who I can hear running down the hallway, spent 5 weeks there after he was born, for a total of close to 90 days of commuting from Rancho Cordova in the afternoon to Roseville every day, over an hour each way in the afternoon. So yeah, I mean, it's a huge problem, and from a competitiveness as far as like a complete community, right? Like we as younger parents with younger kids, there's only 2, I believe it's level 2s or what they're called, NICUs, UC Davis and Kaiser Roseville. Sutter might have actually put one in with their downtown addition. But as you look at where some of those amenities are, I mean, we didn't think a lot about it, when we were buying a house and deciding where we were going to live. But, if you do a little bit of research when you're about to have kids and you realize, where some of these higher end facilities are, even when we had a healthy pregnancy and birth and everything, it was still Kaiser Roseville, was what we were using. So it's, and I would say it's probably even more of an item for somebody that's older to, looking and making those decisions about how far away they want to be from certain services.
Yeah, the graying of America is a very real thing.
Yeah.
On the growth side, it's difficult to project what happens over time. This particular study looked at what was happening inside the city boundaries, but there's also growth happening outside of our boundaries, which is probably going to add to the interesting numbers for us specifically here in Rancho Cordova. And what I'm referring to is massive amount of growth that's proposed for the Jackson Highway corridor. I'm not quite sure, Linda, you might recall, but I think Sacramento County's total projected growth in population as a county, as an agency dealing with land use anyway, unincorporated county, so only 90% of it is proposed along the Jackson corridor, including projects that just sort of wrap and envelop the southern part of Rancho Cordova. So, I'm sort of thinking really longer term, as those developments come to bear, as do ours in Rancho Cordova and Folsom south of 50, it seems like this corridor is really going to add a lot of population, perhaps more than was reflected in the study over a longer period of time. So I think strategically, we've really got to figure out how do we get in the right position to have a hospital take advantage of all of that growth, rather than just a shorter term play. Do you guys have any comments on that?
Yeah, I think as Navid mentioned, if you're in a high growth area, and those health plan members don't have convenient access to a hospital, even though it's only 5 miles away as the crow flies. It's going to be a powerful argument for them to contract with a new hospital, because it's going to be a major dissatisfier. There's people that are, in residential areas that are 10 miles south of Rancho Cordova, and now they're coming at that far and across the bridge, unless they're going to go to downtown Sacramento. That's getting to be a long ways away compared to what people are going to be used to, even within that metropolitan area. Because many people are already within that 5 or 6 mile distance from hospitals.
How do these health systems, particularly Sutter and Dignity, how do they do the analysis to figure out where they want to go? Because I've had conversations with leadership there, and they don't seem particularly attuned to where development's happening. It almost seems like they're a little maybe behind on what's actually happening on the ground. So are they outsourcing that? Do they do that internally? How do they come up with a plan of where they need to be 20 years from now?
Well, I don't know if they're looking ahead 20 years these days. 20 months.
Takes longer than that to build a hospital.
The horizon. Well, but, we looked at the occupancy rates of all these people, and they're all in the 50 to 60%. They don't necessarily staff the number of licensed beds they have, but they have those facilities built. And so if you're trying to allocate your capital dollars and your Dignity or Sutter, you're looking at that very, very carefully, and you're wondering, well, I've already got the capital investment in more beds. What I need now are more surgeons who are going to do orthopedic procedures and GI procedures, and I need more outpatient space because there's going to be a lot more outpatient business. Hospitals are already about 25% inpatient from a revenue standpoint and 75% outpatient. So it's easy to understand why Dignity is putting in a big outpatient center in Folsom, because they've got a hospital that's 55% occupied over there already. So why would I put more beds in that area? I think it would be what they would be asking themselves.
Right. Well, another part of this equation for Rancho Cordova, and you guys may know nothing about this, is availability of emergency services. And in particular, we have the VA, and there have been some tragic circumstances where people mistakenly took trauma cases, personally, like in their own car, to the VA, only to have to basically call an ambulance to the VA to take them to a different hospital and have bad outcomes as a result. But I'm confused because I understand some of that has changed.
Yeah, they opened it up to ambulances from Metro Fire. And I think the philosophy is that you go and get stabilized and secured, and then ultimately are transferred to whatever your home hospital is.
There are a lot of critical situations where early care, a heart attack, a stroke, various trauma things, where early care is more important than the absolute best care.
Right.
Immediately, right?
Time is tissue, as they say, right?
What was that?
Time is tissue.
Yeah, exactly.
But David, you're right about the Jackson Highway. Of course, Antelope was built out years ago, and the county is pretty much finished with the Vineyard area. And so they really have no other large chunk of land on which to continue typical county sprawl. And, of course, the one thing we'll benefit from is having the rendering plant go away. I mean, the people who live down there will enjoy having the rendering plant go away. But otherwise, we get either on Bradshaw or on Sunrise, we get 100% of the traffic. We get 100% of the requests for services, because there's nothing south of the Jackson Highway until you get all the way down to Elk Grove.
Yeah, Jim and Naveed, you might appreciate this. We had this funny drawing once. It's been maybe a decade ago now, Linda. I don't know if of our younger colleagues have seen this, but it was the county plan for what to do around the city of Rancho Cordova, and every single intersection just had massive retail development planned. So what they were trying to do was suck up anyone who was moving to Rancho Cordova, capture all that sales tax at the intersection right next to our border. It was really funny. It was a pretty obvious play on their part. But Linda's right. Their suburban development's not going to create any services, so everyone's going to have to come through us or come to us to get those. It's a challenging situation.
And we have an urban development area and urban growth boundary that keeps them from just sprawling further out to the county limits. And there's some ability to grow a little bit around Galt, but not very much, because most of it's either agricultural or you're running into the Cosumnes River Preserve.
Well, good. Let's see, Amanda, do you want to tell us about next steps, or Micah, or
Sure.
Cyrus?
I'll put our last slide up for this evening. And also I'd just like to take this moment too to do a really quick thank you to the Fox Group. Both Jim and Naveed have been great to work with, and we were pretty fortunate to have their expertise in working with this.
Very interesting work.
I'm sorry?
It's very interesting work.
Oh.
A good step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our recommendation is much to we talked about with the competition that is around us, but also having most of these folks actually have a physical presence already here in Rancho Cordova and either some of their offices. So our recommendation is to take this market analysis and to have conversations with both our regional and private hospitals, either that have expressed interest in some other locations, but specifically here in Rancho Cordova, so that we could talk about not only to kind of the points, and I can't get the slide to advance, but we would be advancing the slide to the last one. It's not working. That's okay. We'll talk about it. To talk about not only our existing growth plans, but also, to your point, everything that's happening in and around us. And then if we're able to find some interest in any of those as particular partners, then we would proceed to the next step of a financial feasibility report. And the other thing we really recognize, much to the conversation that has occurred, is hospitals are not cheap endeavors. So we also fully expect to start looking at gap financing or a potential for a hospital district, which is very much, as you see these with sales tax districts, or property tax districts, we would use some kind of form like that if we were able to find a partner for our hospital. Does council have any concerns with those recommendations?
Any comments or questions?
I don't know. I don't know what else you can do.
Council, I think part of the discussion is also there will be a new reality after the COVID-19 pandemic. We don't know that yet. I don't think even the hospitals know that yet. So we would probably need to be armed with this study and the good work that the Fox Group has done, and be prepared to react to it and respond to it as appropriate when we know better about the market, the post-COVID market. I think, as has been mentioned, many of the construction projects have been put on hold for the time being, but we know that there's going to be a demand and there's going to be some need in the coming years. So I think that over the course of the years that we've been talking about having a hospital, we've talked to different service providers, and now we have a study that can support the work that we need to do. So I think that our recommendation is to take this information, continue our discussions with our regional partners, and hopefully we could find somebody who can partner with us to do the financial feasibility study.
I'm curious how many people who live in Rancho Cordova use Kaiser. Any idea? I don't, but I'm just kind of curious. I know they used to have that when they built that facility like they have right now. On the one side, you can see where they had it set up for the ambulances to go into the emergency room, and then they had to stop because Mather was still an Air Force base, and the flight patterns are going over that, so they couldn't do that with the hospital. But they own the property. Everything is still set up there. They could do that, but it would be worth their while. I mean, our population is going to continue to grow. I mean, we still know that people are coming from the Bay Area and the whole area like that coming to the Sacramento area, and Rancho Cordova is one of the most busy places like that. So we need to look at that and see if maybe we can talk to someone at Kaiser, as well as Sutter and the rest, but Kaiser is here right now. So it'll be kind of interesting to see if we could find out how many people now, today, have Kaiser, and if they think it would be worth their while to expand what they already have.
I'm with Bob. The idea that that Kaiser Morris is going to close, and everybody will be stuck going either to Roseville or down to the rail yards. You can't get to the rail yards any quicker than Donald has related that you cannot get to Roseville. The choices are ridiculous, and yet I don't understand the planning that would lead them to that conclusion, to the conclusion that that's a good thing. There's no question that that building is just extremely old and probably falling apart, and you know that it's really like a rat's warren in the basement. But again, they're gonna. It's like you can't just move a hospital 20 miles away and expect to provide service for the same people you've been providing service for all along.
And I think it's less of a proximity issue as it is, you know, a convenience issue. Like, I don't care how close Roseville is, it's never going to be easy to get to, especially during peak traffic hours. At my office today, for my day job, is in Roseville, and thank God I've been getting to work from home for 6 months. But even then, you know, I would make sure to plan meetings in the morning that were out of the office, and then come into the office in the middle of the day and try to be gone off to other calls or meetings in the afternoon to try to beat the traffic. So it's not convenient to anybody that lives over here, and vice versa, right? If you live in Roseville, trying to work here is not fun either. So it's kind of the same idea. I guess one of the questions I would have for the consultants, a lot of the conversations I've been having are that medical systems in general are getting away from building larger facilities. A lot of the planned hospitals that were going to be built, you know, that were 400 beds are now going to be 100 beds, and they're investing in wearable technology. I don't have my Apple Watch isn't on right now, but that a lot of the conversations I've been hearing are that the large, you know, high volume, lots of beds plans are really starting to go away, and they're starting to invest. I mean, and over here in the South area, I think it's Sutter just put in not an urgent care, but a walk-up facility next to Rayleigh's here, and I know UC Davis has one over in Capitol Village, and so they're taking a retail space and trying to expand their general services out to the far rungs and not relying on as much hospitals. Any feedback on that? Because again, like when I was talking about the fact that we're getting the UC Davis administrative center across the street from City Hall, and they were saying that, you know, they're investing in their existing facilities. And again, this is UC Davis, that doesn't have a bunch of other sites. But any feedback on that? Even in rural areas, they're losing hospitals. They're not building them.
Sure, and you see that already in your area because we didn't put all the outpatient facilities that various, especially Kaiser, has dotted around the landscape, or UC Davis for that matter. The Dignities and Sutters tend to work through medical groups for outpatient services away from the hospital campus. Right. And people go to the hospital if they need outpatient surgery or if they need extensive imaging procedures and so on. So outpatient centers, definitely there's going to be a lot more of them than there are new hospitals built. On the other hand, new hospitals are built because in areas where there's population growth, they still are going to need those inpatient beds. And it's probably going to be quite a while, even though I was reading the other day that somebody is saying, well, we can do 75% of what you need in the hospital, or what you get in the hospital from your home. Okay.
Yeah. So how's video conferencing going for you?
Yeah, and I don't know who starts your IV, who does your imaging study, who keeps your pharmaceuticals there close by your bed, et cetera. So, while some of that may theoretically be possible, I think we're a ways away from that. But what's happening is less complicated people wind up with outpatient services, and more complicated and sicker people wind up in hospitals. And of course, there are hospitals that were nothing but ICUs for several months earlier this year.
I might add to that and say something you'll need to consider as well is you as a city are not necessarily going to build this hospital, right? You're looking for an outside organization to partner with in order to do this. They'll have their own opinions on the matter as well as how they want to approach things, and that'll be a part of the negotiation process and kind of working with whatever partner, be it a Dignity, et cetera, or what have you. And so they will have their own ideas on how they want to do that. And another thing that a lot of hospital operators do these days is they'll typically begin small, but allow themselves space within that land to potentially grow, right? So they don't necessarily start with 400 beds. They might start with, let's say, 100 beds, but with the ability to increase that capacity fourfold over X amount of years if the population allows for it. So that's another strategy that we've been seeing more and more over the years. Yeah.
Well, the two anomalies around here are Mercy and North State, and Mercy's logical simply because it's really a replacement of the very old Mercy Hospital in South Sacramento. But North State, you have to wonder what they're really up to, and whether they truly are making a good choice in building a hospital on the edge of nowhere, at the bottom of nowhere, and upsetting the entire neighborhood in the process. And whether it'll ever actually get built.
There are examples of that. Riverside County needed to replace its county hospital, and they went from downtown Riverside out to Moreno Valley, 15 or 20 miles away, where there was no population around them. So I'm sure it was a problem for people who were used to going to a county hospital in a metropolitan or an urban area, and now suddenly they're forced to go out to the suburbs.
Yeah.
I will just say one thing. We do help people when they're looking for partners. That's another one of our services that we offer. So in case that becomes of interest, I want you to know that.
I think many things are possible, and I think it's going to be really important for us in Rancho Cordova to start talking again with some of the Kaisers and Sutter and UC Davis, et cetera, and see if there's some interest in this, because of the growth we have going on right now is tremendous compared to most of the other areas around here. And to have to go as far away as you need to for an emergency is something people don't really want to think about, but that's something they have to do anyway. So
the thing about Kaiser is that their facilities are pretty much limited to their members. So you might not do the community a big favor to support building a Kaiser hospital because only Kaiser members are pretty much going to be able to go there.
Well, that's kind of interesting. I'm kind of curious because I know the VA hospital sending some of their patients to Kaiser. I think Kaiser's right there, so it's more convenient for them. But that is something that we've discussed with the Mr. Stockwell and some of the others there at the VA hospital. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's many possibilities.
Yeah. What you might be discussing, and I would have to look into the details of this, but it could be the Veterans Choice Program, where if the facilities and the accessibility is within X amount of miles away from you, then they're required as the VA to allow you to see a provider closer to your home, so that it's not a barrier in terms of access. But again, we'd have to look into it. So
That's pretty much what it is, Nevin.
yeah.
The plan going forward looks good to me, Cyrus and Amanda and Micah, if you're still here. The idea of adding an interest in a urgent care facility might be something we want to add to the list. I just Googled and saw, I don't think there's any functional urgent care in Rancho Cordova, with the possible exception of one on Zinfandel, near its merger with, or crossing of Sunrise. It's possible there's one there, but otherwise I'm not sure we have one in Rancho Cordova. That would also serve an interesting need here, or a needed area.
Actually, David,
Seven kind of thing? Is that what you're talking about? You say urgent care?
Yeah, urgent care, the sort of places you go to get a quick x-ray, get a doctor to evaluate your fever, that kind of thing, without having to go to a hospital, and it's beyond what a doctor's office would do.
Well, Donald's right. Sutter has opened a storefront down in the Rayleigh Center. But unless you've been in there, Donald, I don't know what to do.
As far as it's walk-up service, so it wouldn't be urgent care. I guess what would the other?
They call it a minute clinic. Typically, is a common nomenclature for that.
Yeah,
and it's a new model. A lot of CVS and Target and those type of bigger organizations are doing that these days.
Yeah, something along those lines. I wouldn't call it. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's urgent care, but it is. Trying to think, the equivalent would really be for the public sector. For like WellSpace, they put in a center like that, or BARC. And it's the only one that's a free health clinic with no appointment. You can walk in and get a blood test and a couple other things, and you might wait a while, but yeah. But I guess to me in the private sector, the equivalent outside of hospitals would be like a Med 7 kind of thing that you see downtown and a couple other places where even without health insurance you can go in and get a TB test or that you might need for work or other things like that too.
And there may actually be one of those actually located right around the corner from City Hall over off of Data. But we will definitely add that to our list in addition to hospitals as urgent cares.
Okay.
Yeah, good luck, Amanda.
Thank you, everyone.
Any other comments? All right, we are going to move on to item 12.2. Thank you very much, Jim and Naveed. We appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate you having us, and thank you to Amanda and Micah.
You in the future when we're making some great announcements.
Absolutely. Good luck. Take care.
We'll get the ribbon cutting.
There we go. Item 12.2. Subject is recognizing 5 years of the Community Enhancement Fund. And who is going to cover this? Is this
We have
Cyrus?
Stacy Delaney, I think.
Stacy Delaney will be making the presentation.
It looks like the PowerPoint's coming up in just a moment. So thank you for having me this evening. I'm Stacy Delaney, and I'm the Community Enhancement Analyst. And it's a pleasure to be here tonight to talk about 5 years of the Community Enhancement Fund. It's hard to believe in some respects that it's already been 5 years. But as someone who grew up in Rancho Cordova, it's especially exciting for me to see all these great things happening in my hometown. So not only do I get to see the results of these programs, but I also get to work with just about every city department, and I also get to work with countless nonprofits and school groups and other organizations. So as I said, it's a pleasure to be here.
So tonight we're going to talk about some of the historical milestones for the Community Enhancement Fund. It was approved by voters in November of 2014, and it passed with 61% voting in favor of the ballot measure. The sales tax went into effect in April of 2015, and we began collecting revenue starting in June of 2015. Also in 2015, the City Council, in partnership with community groups and businesses and individuals, held 16 town hall meetings. And during those meetings, we gathered ideas and feedback. We discussed some of the short-term needs of the city as well as some long-term dreams for the city. And then also during that time frame, we also launched the first grant application cycle.
So Stacy, how many ideas was it? Did you count them and number them?
You know, I would have to pull them up. It's in the hundreds because each city
Hundreds.
in the
Maybe
hundreds.
1,000 or more.
There could even be 1,000,
Yeah.
yes. Some of the same ideas
It was amazing,
repeated.
that process.
So in 2016, we launched the inaugural edition of the Community Enhancement Fund Citizen Report. This is the report that gets mailed out to residents each November. It's also generally shared during the State of the City. This year will be a little bit different since we're doing it virtually, so that will go out in the late November timeframe for this year. In 2017, City Council approved the authorization for an oversight board. In early 2018, we accepted oversight board applications, and that initial group took their oath of office in the May of 2018 timeframe. Also in 2018, we launched an open data tool. This is a tool that allows anybody to go to our website and check on the status of a project. These projects and programs are updated quarterly. You can find out how much money's been spent, how much the project was approved for. You can see pictures. You can also see a map, and you can click on that map and drill down to additional details. And then, of course, in 2020, we're recognizing 5 years of the Community Enhancement Fund. What's on the screen is just a snapshot from one of those citizens' reports. And those reports are a way for us to show the citizens of Rancho Cordova how their sales tax dollars are at work for them. One of the things that our oversight board does each year is to provide feedback about the accomplishments that will be shared in the annual citizen report. So their feedback helps shape which specific projects we highlight. They also help confirm revenues that were received in the prior fiscal year in comparison to the budget. They check to make sure that what the grant award was awarded for is how the money was spent. And they also review each grantee's compliance with our annual reporting requirements. And this year's annual report, in addition to highlighting those projects from fiscal year 1920, it will also include a 5-year recap, similar to what we're doing this evening. I'm going to go ahead and pass this next section on to Daniel Leonardich. He is an integral part of the Community Enhancement Fund team, and he's going to cover the next few slides.
Thank you, Stacy. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and other members of the council. Like Stacy said, my name is Daniel Leonardich, part of the Community Enhancement Fund team. Continuing on to what Stacy had said regarding the oversight, so the oversight board here. Although it's not required by ballot language, the council desired for the city to create an oversight board. The original board started in 2018. The board includes 7 residents, 2 of which are students, 1 high school and 1 college, a Promise Program recipient. They provide an extra layer of oversight to monitor the Community Enhancement Fund and provide feedback and recommendations to city staff. 1 resident, is not in the picture, which is why you only see 6 people in that photo. All prior meeting materials and minutes, you have some water. Sorry. Just a moment, please.
All right.
Sorry about that. All prior meeting materials and minutes of the Oversight Board can be accessed from the Community Enhancement Fund page or by going to the City Clerk's page from the city's website. 5 of the members have fulfilled their board requirements, and we have an application cycle open right now. Members of the public who are full-time Rancho Cordova residents, at least 18 years of age, and are registered Rancho Cordova voters can apply. The application period closes this Wednesday, the 23rd. The new board appointments will happen next month during a city council meeting. Each of the approved Community Enhancement Fund projects fulfill a need for key community priorities. That includes the Legacy Fund, Public Works, Community and Economic Development, Public Safety, Arts, Culture, History, Entertainment, and Sports, Education, after-school programs and school gardens, other community priorities, and of course the administration and communications of the fund itself. Now on the screen here, you will see the breakdown by percentage of funding allocated to each of the priority areas over the past 5 years. In a moment, we're going to go over each of those areas. Each year when we release a citizen report, the one that Stacy was just talking about, we include a map that shows color-coded points by priority area so residents have a visual representation of the type of projects happening in their city. It's also a good reminder that projects are happening throughout the city and not just concentrated in one area. I'm going to pass the presentation back over to Stacy, and she can go over each of the priority areas individually.
So we're going to start off with the Legacy Fund, and the Legacy Fund represents approximately 21% of grant funding over the last 5 fiscal years. Legacy Fund provides funding for large-scale projects through an annual Legacy Fund allocation. These projects typically cross multiple fiscal years, and many of them also involve some of our community partners. Some examples of the Legacy Fund projects that are happening now or have just concluded include the funding of a youth center, which will be coming soon to Rancho Cordova. This, of course, is a project that was made available due to a generous donation of Youth for Praise Ministries, who donated the facility, and then, of course, the Community Enhancement Fund dollars to turn that building into a youth center. The Community Pool Project, which is underway at Hagen Community Park, is expected to open in the late summer of 2021, and this project is done in partnership with Cordova Recreation and Park District. We also opened a new multi-field softball complex at Mills Middle School. That project was completed in the spring of 2020. That project was in partnership with Folsom Cordova Unified School District, and we also worked closely in consultation with girls softball. And the pre-development work for the Civic Center project is underway, and concepts will be shared with council in early 2021. So on the screen, you can see the ballot language that associates the Legacy Fund to the original intent. So you'll notice that there are projects including community facilities such as the Mills Middle School project. There's a picture of the youth center when we had the dedication ceremony. There's a rendering of the Civic Center, which will be along Folsom Boulevard. And then, of course, the construction of the pool project at Hagen Community Park. So these facilities are examples of those that address the original ballot language to build community facilities for seniors, working adults, and children. The next area we're going to cover is enhancing public works. That area equates to approximately 18% of grant funding over the last 5 fiscal years. And within the Community Enhancement Funds, We've repaved roads, we've repaired sidewalks, and we've improved traffic safety in Rancho Cordova. Some of the specific projects include the street rehabilitation project in the White Rock Cordova Town neighborhood, Cordova neighborhood or Cordova Meadows neighborhood improvements, various neighborhood traffic management program or NTMP projects. We did sidewalk improvement projects in multiple areas. There was the Chase Drive Coloma Road Plaza project located right in front of Cordova High School, as well as leading to Soilborn Farms. And then we also have done the Sunrise Boulevard Street Rehabilitation Project. So these are just some of the examples under Public Works. And the linkage to the Measure H ballot language for this area is Fixing Streets Faster. And the images on the screen cover a variety of projects, everything from the wayfinding sign to help motorists, to sidewalk improvements, ADA upgrades, the Chase Drive Plaza project that we discussed, obviously road rehabilitation, as well as tree plantings that not only beautify the city, but also provide erosion control and other benefits. Next up is enhancing community and economic development. Annually, the Community Enhancement Fund provides approximately 15% of grant funding. That's over the last 5 years towards this priority area. We have provided beautification projects, both in residential and commercial properties. We have improved neighborhood, or we've done neighborhood improvement projects, and we've done abatement programs as well. We have launched the Commercial Facade Grant Improvement Program, which enhances the physical appearance and economic vitality of our commercial businesses. And we've also provided economic incentives to businesses as part of this grant funding. And the linkage to the original ballot language is removing blight and revitalizing vacant buildings, especially those along Folsom Boulevard. You'll see pictured on the screen an example of a project that was done at Folsom Boulevard in Zinfandel, which is the shopping center where Skechers is located. You can see both the before and after when they did some facade improvements. We also use the funding to do a variety of cleanup projects, everything from removing blight along major city arterials to Highway 50 interchanges, commercial properties, and more. And you can see some of that work on the right-hand side of the screen. Next, we have enhancing public safety. This represents approximately 14% of the grant funding over the last 5 fiscal years. And this would represent the additional approximately $1.1 million on top of the annual police services budget. And through the Community Enhancement Fund, we've been able to create some really targeted and programmatic-based initiatives to enhance public safety. This includes the creation of the Crime Suppression Unit, which started in August of 2015. That unit conducts proactive investigations and enforcements based on crime analysis, community tips, and complaints. We have also started the Folsom Olson Zinfandel area program. That was started in fiscal year 18-19, and that supports businesses in Rancho Cordova. Also in 18-19, we started the Detection Canine program. That's done in partnerships with the schools, the Rancho Cordova Police Department patrol units, and the Sacramento County Probation Unit. And then we have also been able to support a multitude of programs in partnership with the schools and Rancho Cordova Police Activities League to provide both ongoing programming and events. And when we link this back to the original Measure H ballot language, it was to enhance anti-gang youth violence prevention and increasing neighborhood police patrols. And the photos on the screen showcase a variety of work, everything from our crime suppression unit to our detection canine program, and of course Zoe, and our crime suppression unit at work. Next up is enhancing arts, culture, history, entertainment, and sports. Through the Community Enhancement Fund, we've dedicated approximately 13% of grant funding over 5 fiscal years to enhancing the arts, culture, history, entertainment, and sports activities happening in Rancho Cordova. Some of the examples in this area include opening the new Mill Station Arts and Culture Center. In that case, we took an existing building and renovated it in order to bring high caliber art and other exhibits to the community, and that facility is known as the MAC. We provide annual program funding to support the MAC as well. We have restored many aspects of the historic American River Grange in Rancho Cordova. We've also created and enhanced music programs for both Rancho Cordova students as well as the community through a variety of programs, including musical and performing arts. And we've improved sports fields. We've provided equipment, coaching, and a lot of additional resources for our youth sports programs to flourish and grow. And the linkage to the Measure H ballot language is building community facilities for seniors, working adults, and children. On the screen, you'll see images of the outside of the MAC building as well as the inside during one of the exhibits. You'll see the new football helmets that were purchased for Cordova High School, as well as representing some of the facility improvements that have been made to sports fields. The picture on the top far right is of a student gasping in excitement, I think, over seeing the grand pianos that were purchased for their performing arts students and school in general. Bottom middle is of the Cordova Accelerated Performing Arts Program, which was available for students through a summer program. And then the bottom right is of the Sun River Park Course, which is an outdoor facility located adjacent to the Neil Orchard Senior Center and also adjacent to the Lincoln Village Community Pool. So those are just some of the examples of the facilities and other improvements that were made for seniors, working adults, and children. Next up is enhancing education, after-school programs, and school gardens. Approximately 8% of grant funding over the last 5 years has gone towards enhancing these efforts. And some of the examples in this area include the development and the ongoing Rancho Cordova Promise program, which sends students to college tuition-free, not only for their first year, but we've been able to expand the Promise program to now include veterans as well as newly graduated high school students. We've also been able to expand it to keep up with the demand so that we can offer tuition for up to 18 units a semester. We've been able to add things such as books, parking fees, some basic needs as well. When the pandemic hit, we were also able to pivot and add technology into that program so that we could keep pace with what the demands are here in Rancho Cordova. This is the first of its kind program in the region, and we have definitely outpaced, I would say, our competition in the region by assisting more students and providing greater benefits. We've also formed multiple after-school programs, both at Rancho Cordova schools and through our nonprofit organizations to support our students. We've also built numerous school gardens and garden education programs, and these programs provide hands-on learning opportunities for our students. They incorporate science-based curriculum, and many of them are also offered as an after-school gardening program. The linkage to the Measure H ballot language is expanding children, teen, after-school programs. And the pictures on the screen, one is of one of the gardens that were built at one of our elementary schools. The top right is of the Hideout Teen Center. We provided funding for Chromebooks to be used by the students. Bottom left is 916 Inc., which provides creative writing programs for students during after-school programming. And the bottom right is our Cordova Lancers Leaders and Legends program, which provides mentoring and other support for students at Cordova High School, as well as a few students from Kinney. Enhancing other community priorities is the next area we're going to cover, and this category covers some of the miscellaneous community priorities. Some of the project examples that fall into this category include the support we provided to homeless individuals through the Mather Veterans Village and the Rancho Cordova Homeless Assistance Resource Team through their winter shelter program. We have distributed meals through our partnerships with the Rancho Cordova Food Locker to households in Rancho Cordova, with our partnership with Meals on Wheels for seniors in our community, and our partnership with Blessings in a Backpack for students in Rancho Cordova. We've also provided spay, neuter, and vaccination program services through our partnership with Whisker Warriors Animal Defense Fund. And we've also welcomed new residents, employees, and visitors through the Explore Rancho Cordova program, which is a program in partnership with the Rancho Cordova Chamber of Commerce. The linkage to the Measure H ballot language is other general city services, and some of the photos on the screen include a community sign that was requested and helped design by residents in the Lincoln Village neighborhood, the Mather Veterans Village program, our Meals on Wheels partnership for seniors in Rancho Cordova, and the Explore program in action. And of course, some of these photos were taken prior to COVID, which is why they do not have masks on. And last but not least, the administration and communications aspect of the fund. This is set at 5% each year, so 5% of the total grant funding for the year is allocated towards the administration of the fund. That covers everything from staffing, legal costs, the software that we use for our Socrata or open data tool, our annual publications, both the creation as well as the mailing of those items, and any of the other items necessary to administer the fund. 5% is a very low administrative fee, so almost the entire Community Enhancement Fund directly supports those projects and programs that are approved each year. That concludes my presentation for tonight, but if you have any questions or comments, we would love to hear them, especially if you have comments as to what you would like to see included in the 5-year publication, if something different than what we're showing you tonight.
Okay, thank you very much for that report. It's a great report. I think you probably ought to capture that and make that available online as a video presentation. Council members, comments, questions?
I have a question for Stacy. It's really, it's like you said, number one, we can't believe it's already been 5 years, and number two, my word, look how busy you've been. So what do you see for like the next 5 years? Will we continue the current process of requesting applications? Do you see more of the same, or a little bit different directions, or what?
Of course, I would expect to receive feedback from council if you had specific ideas, but me personally, I would like to see the next 5 years build upon the momentum that we've created during this initial 5-year period. We've been able to enhance everything from public safety. We've helped renovate or build community facilities. We've improved some roads. We've added economic business incentives, but that just kind of touches on it, and I think we need to keep some of those great programs going, but also allow us to try out some new things. Because I think one of the benefits of the Community Enhancement Fund is we can leverage the ideas that we get from our community partners and to put some of those things into practice, whether those are pilot programs that maybe we can turn into long-term programs, or they could be pilots in which they can then go after additional funding through other sources. I think it all helps build a even better community because we're not trying to solve the problem for everybody. We can help provide seed money, we can get these programs going, but we can then allow our partners to expand on it and, you know, take it elsewhere. I also think if you look at the current environment with COVID, we know there's going to be impacts to the city revenues, both general fund as well as the community enhancement fund. And there's going to be new challenges as a result of COVID. So I would love to see these programs continue because they provide some of these vital services or expanded services that maybe would not be traditionally offered in Rancho Cordova. And so my goal would be to see these things continue so that we can keep the positive momentum going, but then also be able to try out some new things. We know there's going to be budget shortfalls when we talk about large-scale infrastructure projects over the next 10 or 20 years, and the Community Enhancement Fund alone cannot address those. But we can help leverage other funding sources by allocating, whether it's $1 million a year to Public Works, and they can then go after additional grant opportunities or things of that nature.
Super, thank you.
I have the thought, the coronavirus has been, as you said, brought many things to us we never thought of. Being able to have that Community Enhancement Fund there to help, I think will be very helpful in getting things kind of stable. Because right now it's not. No one really knows what's going to happen next because of the coronavirus. And then on top of that, we have the wildfires, which are still going on. So there are some things I think maybe that we could look at in the future, maybe in the first part of 2021, that the Community Enhancement Fund will be able to help some of the people who are in need right now. Just like you said, some things, basically it's a food bucket. The restaurants who are in need themselves, but they're also helping. And I think the Promise program, every time I go to a meeting at the Folsom Lake College, they mention that again, because it is something that has been such a shining example of what can be done. And I'm so glad that it has been. So I hope we can continue doing this. As I said, we're also looking for something that will keep things going and kind of stabilize some of the things, get some back to what is normal, what was normal. We want to get back into that rather than trying to, let's try something new. Well, a lot of people would like to have things back as they were for a little bit. Then we can start changing maybe some of the things. So I think right now we want to have some norm, and I mean, not just a new norm, just I want to be able to get up and go to the movies if I want. I want to get up and go to the restaurant if I want. I want to go, that's what everyone likes to do, that sort of thing. So let's hope we can help with citizens to maybe do some of those things. We can offer some possibilities and some help with them.
Thank you.
Yeah, my feedback would be, I guess, from a reporting standpoint, what you're sending out to the community, I would hope would look. I'd like to start to hear what that, especially what the impact has been on the individuals that have gone through the Promise program. What our success rates have been. I think the first couple of years, I think, how many students were signing up, maybe how many students were still in school a year later. I mean, we're at the point now, we're in year 3 of Promise? Does that sound right?
I think it's more.
It kicked off in 2017, I know that. Because I remember the first year they came in and had a $7 million ask, and we said, no, come back. And so it was the second round that we funded it, and I think it's a year to start. So I'm thinking this is year 3, if I'm not mistaken. So we're at the point where we should be having people going to 4-year colleges. So it'd be really interesting to see there, and then also to look at other models if there is a way. I know there's been some discussion, and I know like graduate high school seniors can go and take like trade classes I know the Sheet Metal Workers has their apprentice program in Rancho Cordova out at Mather. The IBEW just opened theirs in the old Bureau of Automotive Repair building. So their apprenticeship program is there. Both of those, I believe, partner with community colleges in Los Rios. Even if there was a way to, because again, focusing on where those kind of, actually, David, you brought up Barry Broom. I know he and I serve on the Urban League board together, and he was bringing up about how SETA and everybody need to really refocus their efforts because they're spending so much time and resources on $14 or $15 an hour jobs and doing trainings around jobs that are really the first things to go in a recession, and to refocus it on things like the trades and other things that are high paying, are still weathering the storm fairly well, right? We're still building a lot of things right now, and figuring out how we can do that. So that's just some feedback for maybe the next time we talk about it. I think the community grants have been, it's a lot of work. I know it's a lot of work for Stacy and your team to do it, but I think we're getting better every year in how we administer it and how we make decisions. Part of that also is continuity of council members and kind of understanding what we did last year and what we want to do this year. But I know we still spend an inordinate amount of time on that pocket when it really is only like a quarter of the fund comparatively to the things that we continue to fund. So I'd still like to find more things that we can make multi-year commitments or just take out of community grants and say, we're going to keep doing these here, and we're just not going to talk about it anymore. Or we're not going to talk about it for 2 years. Like maybe we do it with our biannual budget. But yeah, that's probably my feedback is the more we can cut down on the process around some of these things and get a chance to highlight even more, because it would be interesting to have like the chief of police or some other folks come and talk about what his 4 or 5 years of the crime suppression unit done, right? What does that look like? Albert talking about what does 5 years of roads, how many linear feet of sidewalk did we put in? And I'm sorry if somebody had that in a slide somewhere. But those types of things I think would be of interest at some point to just kind of highlight the different buckets that we tended to throw things into.
Thank you.
Any other comments or feedback?
One, I talked to Barry Broom also, actually toward the end of last year before the coronavirus hit. But he was looking at, he said, you have all that space out there at where Aerojet was. And that's something we could bring some businesses in, some big ones. And so he's still thinking along that line also. And maybe it's something that we could use some of the funds we're just talking about to help look at some of those things too, to offer that to our chamber, to the Metro Chamber, to Barry Broom and the others. We're looking at other ways you can use that space because right now it's there.
I would just say in closure, or my comments on this report is that we anticipated when we put Measure H, the Community Enhancement Fund, forward, that these were not dollars the city absolutely needed to survive. It was not an issue of survival. It was an issue of if we wanted to achieve everything that incorporation sort of allowed us to achieve, we needed a resource beyond what we were given. And this sales tax measure was touted at the time as these are nice things. It would be nice if we could do these things. And it was a lengthy list. And the process after that was a lengthy list, I think it was about 1,000 items, as Stacy and I discussed earlier. So we have accomplished so much since then with these dollars that we didn't really need. And we've gained a lot of trust from people in our community about them. Now, there's also anxiety about them. I'm not a fan of taxes. I'm not a fan of big bureaucracy and giant, government programs. It's not who I am, not what I think is efficient. but we have managed in spending this resource not to do that. We have a very low overhead rate for administration of them and an enormous pass-through to organizations in our community that wouldn't be able to do nearly what they're able to do now without this level of support. And to me, that represents a real, fundamental step in democracy, where we're not supporting government programs with these dollars. We're supporting a lot of individuals and their passions and knocking down barriers to organizations in Rancho Cordova doing great things for this community. And sometimes that means we got to build something like a girls softball facility. Other times it means we've got to fund things even through government that we couldn't do otherwise, but it's in support of local nonprofits and individuals' desires and wishes. And it is so exciting to me that we're able to do this and look at neighboring jurisdictions where just this sort of support for a community does not exist. They do not have this option. And if you look, particularly this year during COVID and the crisis that's resulted from that, particularly the nonprofit community, in Rancho Cordova, we've done remarkable things to support our nonprofits during this crisis. City of Sacramento has done some pretty remarkable things, but they got, as I mentioned earlier, $90 million to work on those. We got less than $1 million. Sacramento County has not done anything really to support nonprofits in their jurisdiction, nor have other cities of our size, city measurable extent, but we have. We've saved things. Children's Museum is a great example. I don't know where they would be without ongoing support from the city, particularly now when they're in essence shut down by COVID. So I think we ought to take advantage of this moment, this 5-year moment, just to recognize sort of the depth and the breadth of the impact we've had with this in a very unusual way compared to our peer agencies. We always talk about there's something different about Rancho Cordova. This is a huge part of that. We have totally stepped away from the herd and done something remarkable here to fund all different aspects and important projects in our community. And I think we don't want to just gloss over this as, oh, isn't that great? This is a remarkable thing. And we should take this opportunity to really tout that and frankly, spread the news to our peer agencies that are often looking at Rancho Cordova saying, how do you guys do that? Well, this is how we do it. And maybe more effort telling them exactly how we do it or how to spread this success to our region would be a benefit to us too. But don't let this moment pass. This is just a 5-year report. It's much more than that.
Thank you, David.
Mr. Mayor, if I make a comment, I think a big part of this report was really demonstrating the process that we went through. We were very transparent with the whole process. We've made the grant process and the administration of the funds very efficient. And part of our purpose of tonight's presentation was to demonstrate to you the implementation of the plan, the very efficient implementation of the plan, and also make it clear that promises were kept. When we presented the plan, when we came up with a 5-year strategy in fall of 2015, we now take a look back and we see that how remarkably close we've been to those projections and the promises we made to the community. So I want to thank Stacy and her team for doing such a great job of streamlining the process, but at the same time, really congratulate the council on their vision, because when we looked at this program and the funding that we did not need to balance our budget, it was really truly about enhancing the community. And thank you for setting the vision, and I think what we're seeing tonight and the remarkable accomplishments that we've had are collectively the fruits of the work that we've done together over the past 5 years. So thank you.
The fact that, like you said, it's something we didn't need, perhaps we did. So many people in the communities around us, like you said, David, they don't have that. We do. And then when we had 16 public meetings to ask the people, how do you want us to spend your tax money? I mean, that in itself was a bit of a shock anyway to some people. They're asking us how to spend our tax money? Yeah, that's what we wanted. How do you think we can spend this in your community? And we did. And it's fantastic 5 years when you look at, as you said, what's been accomplished. So yeah, it's something to celebrate.
Thank you all.
All right, very good. We are going to move on to item 12.3, the housing element update and sites inventory presentation. And Micah, you going to take the lead on this one?
I'm actually not. I think we're waiting for Mr. Heisler and team to get on board, but I can provide a quick introduction to the group that did a lot of work of putting this together with the PlaceWorks team and Mr. Heisler as our housing manager that brought this to your attention, and look forward to the conversation. So I think when we're ready, we'll let Mr. Heisler jump right in.
All right, just checking to make sure it all works. I think we have our whole team on board, so we'll go ahead and get started. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stefan Heisler. I am the housing manager for the city of Rancho Cordova. Also here tonight from our consultant PlaceWorks are Cynthia Walsh, who will be tag teaming the presentation with me, and then also Jennifer Gasellum, who will also be available for questions. And I'll go ahead and let Cynthia start us off.
And remember how to use Zoom real quick. All right. Good evening. Thank you, everyone. I am Cynthia Walsh. I am with PlaceWorks, and we are working with the city to prepare the 6th cycle housing element update. So tonight we're going to go through the timeline and state requirements, current RHNA sites inventory discussion, a housing element action discussion, and then we'll go over the housing element schedule. So the housing element overview. To give you a short overview on the housing element is a required element of the general plan, and it is unique in that it must be reviewed and certified by the State Housing and Community Development Department, or HCD, you may hear. The housing element is due to the state by May 15th, 2021. So what we do is we work backwards from that, so we're definitely on schedule to meet that May 15th deadline. The housing element must include a plan for accommodating the city's regional housing need. For the housing element contents, the housing element includes several different sections. One of the sections is going to look at existing and projected housing needs. We look at demographics, special needs populations, household and housing characteristics. We complete an inventory of available land for housing. We also look at potential constraints on housing, including permit processing procedures, fees, permitted uses, etc. We do an evaluation of the previous housing element. So we look at the status of each program and the implementation and determine if those programs would be moved forward or removed or modified. After we complete this background analysis, we formulate goals and policies and programs or actions that the city would move forward with. So the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or the RHNA. This is really the driving factor of the housing element. The state hands down an allocation to SACOG, which is the Sacramento Area Council of Governments. They then allocate the RHNA to each jurisdiction in the area. So Rancho Cordova was allocated a total of 9,067 units. On the next slide, it will show you the different allocations by jurisdictions. You can see Citrus Heights, Elk Grove, Folsom, Rancho. There are other SACOG jurisdictions, but this is the Sacramento County. So the RHNA is broken into 4 income categories. There's very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. You'll also sometimes hear extremely low, and that is just assumed that 50% of your very low income is for extremely low income. The table also provides a comparison of what the city was allocated in the 5th cycle and the 6th cycle. And although there was a 30% increase in the unit allocation, the percent breakdown is almost exactly the same. So the 23%, 14, 19, and 44, those are almost identical to what the percentages were in the 5th cycle. In the far right column, you will see that we are assuming that 30 units to the acre is appropriate to meet the very low and low income categories. HCD ties density to affordability. So the state has determined that for the city of Rancho Cordova, 30 units to the acre is appropriate to meet the very low and low income RHNA. And then moderate and above moderate, we look at lower densities to meet those allocations. I'm going to pass this over to Stefan to talk a little bit more about the sites inventory.
So this evening we're going to go over the sites inventory for the very low and low income categories. The moderate and above moderate housing units are typically considered market rates, which we're not as concerned about because they're more easily constructed on their own without additional subsidy or support. And the sites in our new growth and vacant infill areas are more than sufficient to cover those. So this evening, in the next few slides, we're going to highlight the low and very low income sites inventory for the next 6th cycle. So there's a few strategies that we are permitted to use to allocate or identify sites for these units. As Cynthia mentioned, these sites must incorporate or allow 30 units per acre, and they can be located in several different areas. So the next 3 bullet points kind of show you which areas they can be located in. So vacant infill sites, or underutilized or non-vacant infill sites, and also greenfield areas. At the close of this, if there's any additional sites to be added, we can have an initial discussion about that. So in our vacant infill sites, we have 3 kind of major areas: the Mesa redevelopment area, the Folsom Boulevard area, and the annexation sites. Or if you remember that section of Rancho Cordova along Folsom Boulevard, east of Sunrise, including the industrial area of Sunrise Boulevard, that annexation area, you can see how many units we've allocated in the next cycle to those. And one unique feature that I want to bring up in this next cycle sites inventory, what we mainly did was look at our existing sites that had been identified in the last cycle, and we took out any sites that would no longer be allowed under the new HCD criteria. And I know I brought this up earlier this year in June at our housing workshop, and I mentioned that it might be a challenging fix or challenging effort to find sufficient sites. And we were pleasantly surprised to find that the vast majority of our RHNA allocation was able to be met, and actually in our entire RHNA allocation was able to be met with our existing sites or sites in our greenfield areas that had already been identified as high density or RHNA. So that's what you're going to see reflected here. Oh, and in effect, we were not required to look at really any of our core business office areas to see if any additional areas needed to be rezoned or considered for RHNA. In our underutilized infill, so our vacant, non-vacant infill areas, we do have one area which is the Town Center TOD. This site is actually along the same area as our Civic Center site. We know that we have a project plan for that area. We don't know exactly what that project is, so at this time it's still being included here. However, we do have a surplus of units allocated for the low and very low income sites. So should this not take place at this location, we do have enough sites to accommodate that switch. And here you can see where those sites are located.
I know we had a speaker earlier today in public comment talking about one of these sites, and I just want to make sure that we point this out, because we've had a lot of conversations and public comment about it. But your C1 designation over there had this zoned as high-density multifamily.
I am going to recuse myself.
Yeah, sorry, David.
This particular discussion. So, Garrett, if you would just carry on the meeting for the next few minutes.
This should go quick, David. Sorry. So that C1 site currently is zoned for multifamily, high-density multifamily, correct?
So, Councilmember, I'm sorry. This is the situation. I apologize for interrupting. If you are going to single out individual sites for discussion tonight, given the fact that Mr. Sander has a conflict on the potential development of the Casas property, we, to satisfy the segmentation requirements of the FCPC conflicts regulations, need the council to take a moment and just apply yourselves to that site and have staff focus on that site for just a moment and just confirm whether or not you intend to make any specific changes on that site that's in front of you in order to allow the mayor to return to participate in the discussion.
Sure, and I have no intention of making a change or suggesting a change. I just wanted to clarify that currently the plan for that site has been to include it in RENA, to include it as multifamily. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's all. That's as much of a question as I need.
And with that, if we are able to take the remaining council members' silence on this as essentially consent to staff to proceed with the map, including that site, then the mayor is welcome to return. If that's a correct assumption for us to be making, and there are no objections among the council.
Again, the only reason I bring it up is because we've had questions about that site and what it was zoned for, and I just want to be clear that in our initial plans, and even right here under HCD, it would be zoned multifamily development. That's all, and that's all I wanted to clarify. And I get that this makes it a little difficult to state, but I think it's important for the multitude of commenters that have talked to us about this site is that it's zoned, something very specific at the moment. That's all.
So again, we welcome the clarification, and unless other council members have comments, staff will have the working assumption that there are no immediate changes that will be requested tonight. No changes that would be requested tonight with respect to that property. And with that understanding, the mayor is welcome to return to the dais.
Adam, I need to ask a process question, though.
Yes, please.
Okay, so you're right. This is a very curious conversation. When we have an application, but this applies not just to that piece of property. When we have an application in process that changes any one of these sites, whether it's whether it's an infill site or a greenfield site, and the ultimate disposition of that could very well change the use of the site. At what point is the council informed by the housing manager what the effect of that change would be on RENA? And I realize he can substitute things around, but the intent is no net loss. If I remember all this correctly, and Stefan's nodding yes. So at what point do we figure out whether our housing element is in jeopardy because we potentially could change the zoning of a particular site?
So I I'm happy to help answer the question. I would encourage the council and everyone watching to appreciate that. I think we're talking about two completely different things. One is how the council handles council conflicts of interest, and the other is the substance of how we maintain compliance with the applicable general plan housing element laws.
Yes.
And in this case, they're two totally separate things. The reason why Councilmember Sanders stepped away is the same reason why whenever we do a large-scale planning effort, and the council's giving direction about where it wants to head, we follow the segmentation analysis, and we try to get you to make decisions consistent with the regulation as on the front end, and then they're allowed to participate in the remaining aspect of the item. So tonight's proceeding is relatively important because based upon your direction tonight, it's my understanding that staff's going to go away with the consultants and do quite a bit of important work on this large and significant effort. So the first question again for conflicts purposes is, are you okay with leaving that particular piece of property for this next critical step as it is? And if the answer is yes, then I think Councilmember Budge, the mayor, can come back to answer the remaining part of your question, which is the broader substantive question.
Okay, so in that context then, what if I were to say that of all the pieces of property that are identified just even on this particular map, that's the one where I really question that multifamily is an appropriate zoning simply because of the characteristics of the land.
So tonight, the question you could ask yourself is, tonight, are you going to give staff direction to change that piece of property or not?
If I were voting, I would vote yes to give them direction to do that.
I'm confused, but the proposal on the map in front of us that's being proposed has that included. If at a later date we had a submission in front of us, we could choose at that point to change it. That's not what's being suggested tonight. So there's no action has to be taken tonight. Again, my question was, and again, it's to clarify for a lot of folks, because there is this pending application that at some point may come before us, again, it's still at the staff level, and it hasn't come before us for a vote. At that point, we would have to take an action, and then you could amend our housing element and identify other land in other places to do it. I don't think we need to do it tonight. The reason I asked my question is because I guess I wanted to clarify for some folks that I think have some concerns about that development, that at this point, it's zoned and identified in our RENA plan as multifamily development, and if a proposal came forward for multifamily development, we would have design approval authority, not specific there wouldn't need to be any type of rezone for a multifamily development. And again, comparing it to what I have gotten the impression from members of the public is that a single family development is being proposed there that they have concerns with. And I wanted to share also that under current zoning and planning, that is a multifamily development site. That's it. And at some point in the future, we may change that. And I believe there's a developer that wants to change that. But I wanted to let the residents that live near there understand what that is, what in this plan right now, that land is being planned for. That's it.
Okay. So I get what Donald is saying, and I completely agree with his initial point to submit in everyone's mind what this piece of ground is currently intended for.
Yeah.
But given that Cynthia has said and Stephen has said that the state perceives that RD 30 is the appropriate density for all of these sites, I would completely disagree that RD30 fits on that piece of ground because of its physical characteristics. Multifamily can start at RD10, all right, and go to RD60, whatever. But from my perspective as a planner, that is not an appropriate place to put RD30. Because I know what those buildings look like.
Councilmember Budge.
Would you mind pausing and allowing staff to comment on the deliberations among the council members so far? They may have some input. It's hard to read their body language on Zoom.
It's okay, Adam. I'm just only trying to throw in a comment or two every once in a while. But council member and council, I think a couple of things to clarify a little bit is one, when we talk about zoning versus land designated for arena allocation, those are two different things. So zoning and the land use zoning is different than allocated arena numbers to that property. So just, it may not be zoned for RD30, but it does carry the arena allocation on that property. The other piece, just...
But Micah, but they just said that HCD is telling us that the arena allocation for that particular category is expected to be 30 units to the acre.
Correct. From a numbers counting standpoint, that's the numbers used for counting the arena. I will say, and we'll get to this in a little bit, the overall numbers, there is a surplus in the overall numbers. And so if there is additional movement for projects that come in that don't meet the RHNA numbers on the particular sites, there is flexibility within the allocation that's being presented of surplus property. And then as those projects move forward, we have 6 months or 6 months, HCD gives us 6 months to reallocate those units in other properties, but we do have a surplus of property based on the numbers here presented, and you'll see this in future slides that will come. There is the ability to move some of these sites around if some of these projects come into fruition.
So you want us to understand that it's not particularly critical then to challenge any one site or another, even though it sounded like that's what we were being asked to do.
Correct. So there is flexibility within the total numbers we have, but it does give council flexibility. If there was a site that the council wanted to take off of this, there is flexibility to do that without adding those allocations to another site or finding another site for those allocations. So there is flexibility within the current plan. And I think that's something that we wanted to make sure as we have projects that will come forward over this next 8 years, that we have some of that flexibility to move some of these properties around.
The 30 units per acre is kind of just a starting point to determine where we want to select sites from. But if there are sites that are not included on the list or that we want to remove, that's definitely something that we can go through that vetting process.
Okay. So, Adam, so I guess then what I'm suggesting, my own personal opinion would be, is that this site should be removed from RHNA designation regardless of what its zoning or density is. Does that meet your criteria?
So right now, from a planning perspective, the issue of what happens or doesn't happen or any change from the city's current designations for the property to single family as proposed or otherwise is something that will come before the council with thorough environmental review and multiple hearings and extensive and an abundance of opportunities for public input. Mr. Brunner, have I stated that correctly?
Well, and I think the council has full discretion to remove this site from consideration, and I think that's why Mayor Sanders out of the room is if council gives the direction to take this site off of the list of Reno allocation sites, we have that ability to take that direction now.
I don't see a reason to do that now. Linda, I give a lot of deference to your planning skills and ability and background, but that site's been on the arena list since I've been on council, which means it's been on council as long as we've had a housing element. You've looked at this more times than I have. To come back today and just say, okay, well now because the topography doesn't fit, I don't have enough information to make that decision. That's probably not going to be the trigger that would remove it for me. But again, I expect to have further conversations, just like a lot of members of the public that keep coming and doing public commenting and sending us requests to meet. And I would also remind people that if any of us take a position or have a public air a public opinion about our opinion of a future development at that site, we would have to recuse ourselves from any further discussion, and you've already got one of the council members recusing themselves. So one of the reasons that...
Okay, Donald.
Well, no, I'm not done. So what I would say is at this point, I think it's very premature to be taking any action on this, in particular because there is an action probably coming sooner rather than later. I don't want to complicate any of this matter. Again, the only reason I brought this up was to clarify that right now the plan in RENA is to have that be multifamily. That's the extent of it. At some point, if that changes, then staff and everybody are going to have to run around and find other places to identify for that allocation to move to. And that's a fairly complicated conversation to have. And so I don't think you have it until we have some sort of actionable work to put in front of us. And so right now, again, I wanted to ask this question more so that the people that are concerned about that site understand what under this plan right now, what that site is supposed to be. That's it.
Okay.
Council, if I may.
The last time we saw the last time we had this discussion was 5 years ago. And I can tell you from 5 years ago, I also do not remember J1, L1, L2, and L3 as being on this map in the infill spaces, okay? Because in the scheme of things, there's been a lot of other things to remember.
This site plan doesn't look much different to me than it did. And I do specifically remember C1 being on that list then as it is today.
So again, if you're going to talk about other sites, it would be great to first resolve the conversation.
At this point, I would not be comfortable directing staff to remove C1 from the plan and allocate it somewhere else, or to work on allocating it somewhere else. Not yet.
Council, if I may, I think the topic, this agenda item tonight, is not for a presentation and update. It's not presented as an action item for council decision. You may direct staff to bring it back for a more detailed discussion. And I think that's what I'm hearing from both Councilmember Budge and Councilmember Terry, that you're not prepared to make a decision tonight, but you could provide direction to staff to bring it back for future discussion.
That works for me.
I'm fine filing the thing the way it is. I think there are other triggers that can cause us to amend this plan in the future. We just have to submit this every 5 years. That doesn't mean we can't update it in between. Am I wrong in saying that?
Well, that's correct.
It's every 8, but yes.
8, there you go. But we could amend it every year if we felt like it based on updates. We just have to make sure that we have the right number of units identified within our general plan, correct?
Correct. And we have identified a surplus of units. If we were to lose site C1, there would still be sufficient sites. So if we were to lose site C1 in the future, at least at this point, without the loss of any other sites, we would be okay and not have to identify an additional site to meet the unit requirements.
So I'm not hearing.
Mr. City Manager, I agree with the city manager's comment that there is nothing that requires legal action. I think staff is just working with a consultant to stay on a schedule. That schedule wouldn't be dramatically interrupted, in my understanding, if there were a continuance or this item were to be brought back, framing this or any other topics further in the near future. I think you might put up on the board the overall schedule for the project to proceed and discuss how you would accommodate the city manager's suggestion or could accommodate the city manager's suggestion.
If I may suggest, if that's the route that we would go, I would request maybe additional information as to what we could analyze further on this site to provide to the council to better make that decision. It's possible we might have that this evening.
I'd like to see the rest of the information, and I would feel better bringing it back rather than trying to make a decision on it tonight. It's too new as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and I would imagine that part of that conversation might be in subsequent to other conversations about that site that again, members of the public have been expressing their beliefs and concerns on.
So can we switch sites for a minute and ask the same questions though?
Yeah, can I would say I have no more questions about C1.
So if you're done talking about C1.
Yeah, Dave, you come back as far as my opinion. I don't know if anybody else has
and there's nothing else about your conversations on the other sites that's going to affect it, then the mayor should come back. But you might make a decision if you're going to continue or not. And Mr. Heisler, with due respect, I think you should decide if you're going to try to answer the questions on the Casas property or defer to the city manager's suggestions before you have the mayor come back.
I might put out a plea that we try to resolve it this evening, just because I know our time frame gets a little bit crunched if we need to continue this. But I think we can definitely make it work.
Okay, so I want to ask about J1.
Councilmember Budge,
we need to determine whether or not we're doing anything on C1. I don't want to. Does anybody else? Steve, now sounds like we don't have any action to take on C1. Does that sound right?
This is Jennifer Gaston with PlaceWorks. I just want to add a point of clarification. As the housing element stands today, the one that was written 8 years ago, C1 was slated for 240 units, and that was to meet the RHNA for lower income. So the density went up, goes from 6 to 40 units to 40 units per acre. So it would be some sort of combination, and all of these sites are some sort of combination of densities to demonstrate that they can meet the RHNA. It is not a requirement to have them at 30 units an acre. That is a default that the state set. Now, if you have a site and you want to say it can allow 30, then there's no questions asked. If we have a site that is 20 units and we want to say it's towards the RHNA, we have to show that there is a track record to be able to support that. So that's a little bit of clarification. There are 240 units for C1. However, in working in the land inventory, when we initially started this, we did not include C1 in this because of other things. So we have an inventory that can either incorporate C1 right now, or we can find other sites to propose.
But could I just try to make a comment to simplify the conversation for the public, either for the city manager or for the assistant city manager? If the council were to choose to leave the map as is, does that indicate any direction by the council one way or the other with respect to the current proposal for development on that site?
Not at all. No.
None at all. So for the members of the public who I think staff appreciates are very interested in that particular project, there's nothing before the council on that map tonight that is a proposal by staff to change the current status quo on that, or to either facilitate or impede that proposed project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I think that makes sense.
So you're just trying to move this part of the housing element without doing anything to affect that application one way or the other?
That's correct.
Right, let's go forward with the
Okay.
rest of the information.
All right, then call David back in so we can talk about J1. Because there is an important principle
So
here.
have you closed your, again, yeah,
Oh, I didn't get any traction.
okay. So, okay. To the city manager, do you understand our current direction on that site?
I believe I'm clear that we're going to leave it as is.
That's what I want.
Oh,
what did you do?
I can't talk about it, David.
I know I can't talk about it. It's just kind of funny sitting here with in silence. Okay, where are we?
So let's talk about J1 a minute. Okay? So there's an important principle here. There's two important things to consider here. Number one, looking at where J1 is. Now, okay, again, we've just determined that the last time we saw this was either 5 or 8 years ago. In the ensuing 5 or 8 years, looking at where J1 is, south of Peter McEwen Boulevard and west of Famoyer, we have constructed 150 units on this piece of property, and a significant portion of it is occupied by the Metro Fire and Blood Source buildings, as well as the existing Mather Community Campus. So how in the world can we say that that very large piece of ground, that entire very large piece of ground, belongs in this study? My second point to make applies to wherever we concentrate low income or units. We need to consider the public facilities that are in that area. And for instance, and this applies to another site that we've been discussing, but for instance, in this area, J1, L1, L2, and L3 would feed into one elementary school, because we know that Caltrans Aviation is not going to let us build another school in this particular location. And yet you're potentially anticipating a significant influx of little kids. So there's only 2 sites on this map where that kind of principle applies to, and we need to consider that. We also should probably consider the fact that, for good, bad, or indifferent, none of these sites have bus service, and none of them qualify for the current RT Smart Ride, if it even lasts beyond 3 or 4 years. So I realize this is a really difficult thing for staff to do, okay? I would never minimize the effort that you all put into it, but this is like citing senior housing. You really have to look at where are the services that that these sites are going to draw from. So number one, I think J1 is already occupied. And number two, none of these people right here around in Stone Creek and around Famoyer have any services, adequate services.
Is that one bus no longer being there, going through there?
No, the bus 75 runs between Mather Hospital and the light rail station. But there is no bus. That's all it is. Bus 72 runs around some part of Lincoln Village, I think, and maybe a little bit of Rosemont. But from Mather Field east, there is no bus. There is the Cordovan during commute hours, and there is the Smart Ride in select areas. We remember that it got expanded to Lincoln Village, but it does not apply to anything else you're looking at south of Highway 50 between Mather Field Road and Sunrise.
So I think...
If I may comment on site one, the site is fairly deceptively large. Most of it, as you know, is already occupied. Really what we're looking at in Site J1 is there are still about 3 to 5 acres of absolutely vacant land that is within the homeless services sub-area of the Mather Field specific plan. That is sort of the specific part of J1 that we're looking at.
Okay, Stefan, and I'm sorry, I'm sorry this is in the weeds, but again, you said 3 to 5 acres, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you look at the development standards for an apartment building at RD20 and up, the ability to get much density, to get many units out of a site as small as 3 acres is extremely limited. And when you factor in the requirements, the federal requirements for low-income housing that will meet the criteria that the state and the feds require, then it gets even more limited. Believe me, I know how difficult this is. It just... I just really question.
Sure. Yes, I mean, understanding that, and maybe not a complete answer, but we understand the limitations of how many units we can allocate to a site. So for these, and as well as the other sites identified, we're really not trying to push it beyond 26 units per acre. Beyond that, the State Housing and Community Development Department, when they review it, they're going to it's not going to pass the last test. So they typically hold us to the reasonable amount of units going on those sites.
Well, I'm assuming that our zoning code still reads the same way it did. It used to say things like 100-foot setback from adjacent residential, and L2 and L3 both have brand new residential adjacent to them. It says you can't put more than 8 units to a building. if somebody didn't change it in 2006, it really, I just question it.
No, and I think we appreciate the feedback, Councilmember Budge, and I think, you know, when we look at these sites, it is very difficult to find available sites to make this allocation with, and I think as we move forward, I think we appreciate the feedback on these sites, and maybe as part of the process, in the next steps, we'll take a little harder look at kind of the way this is drawn for kind of the vacant sites and the vacant lots. But I think as we move forward, if we remove any sites, potentially there is some surplus if we take out any of these sites, but it becomes an exercise in trying to find where we're going to put those additional sites for the RHNA allocation. So it is a tough process, and we appreciate the hard work that staff and the consultant team have done. And I think we can take a harder look at those sites as we move on to the next step.
If you're looking at, I mean, obviously you're examining with a fine-tooth comb every little parcel, but I will also tell you that at the northwest corner of Old Placerville Road and Routier, there is a 7-acre wedge-shaped site that is vacant. And along the street that has George Washington Carver on it, there are several sites, there are several parcels in there on the north side that have never been built on. And and we all remember that Investment Circle, on the north side of Investment Circle, there are 2 parcels that have never been built on. So I obviously I'm not a fan of clustering either. And you don't get mixed use neighborhoods when you cluster things, or mixed income neighborhoods when you cluster things. And it's a lot easier on everybody concerned when you spread it out throughout the community. So, I'm through.
Yeah, I think those points are right on target, Linda.
Those are my.
I agree, and you know, some of these sites I think are problematic from access to transit or any kind of access to services. And suburban locations, you know, are just hard with regard to that. And it's a unique challenge that we've got.
Any other comments before we move on to the next slide? All right. So next I'll be highlighting the sites that have been identified in the greenfield areas. You'll notice that Villages of Zinfandel, which we highlighted in the last slide, is included in this table. It's not going to be included on the next map. Also included in our greenfield areas are the Sun Creek specific plan, the Rio del Oro specific plan, and the Ranch specific plan. You'll notice that the majority of the units have been identified for these locations, primarily because they have sites that have already been identified as high density. The city's executed development agreements and affordable housing plans with each of these areas that have already specified these numbers of units. The difference between the current 5th cycle housing element and the next one is we're projecting or predicting that additional development will occur in these areas that will allow these sites to be developed in the next 8-year period. And you can see these sites on this map. So again, these are already high-density sites that have been zoned through the specific plans and affordable housing plans that have been agreed to that have already identified these sites. The one exception on this map is the one tiny green square that you see in the Sunridge specific plan, sort of on the middle left. That site was identified as a moderate income housing site in the last cycle in order to meet our very low and low income housing elements allocation this cycle. That site has been transferred to a very low income site. And as you know, the city is the owner of that property. So this is a summary table of where everything is located, so you can compare kind of between the vacant infill, the underutilized infill, and the greenfield. Also included on this slide are a small projection of ADUs, or accessory dwelling units. So these are granny flats or in-law units. The state does allow us to use those as a way of meeting our very low and low income categories. They do require that it be connected to development trends or historical patterns for those units. So in our city, because we've only had about a literal handful of those units since incorporation, there's limits to how much of a case that we can make of how many we will have over the next 8 years. We are projecting an increase of those, and we could, that is one number that we could play with a little bit more, but of course, the higher number that gets, the more difficult it becomes to make the case to HCD that it's realistic.
I'd love to at some point to talk more about that subject. I think at the state level, even in the private sector, the financing mechanisms that, especially in California, that they're toying with. Calachip Bay is coming out with a product that they started piloting with the city of Clovis a couple of years ago. An actual first mortgage product that would be the construction loan and the permanent takeout of an ADU. So I would be just really interested in seeing what does our zoning allow for now? What kinds of things can we do to allow that? Because I know, we've got some unique things around like parking and the fact that, if you convert your garage, you got to replace that with covered parking and some other things that really make it prohibitive to add square footage to homes in general. But ADUs, I think they're, if I look at like Sun River and a couple other places where they have the yards to accommodate them, figuring out what our zoning and planning rules are for that kind of stuff at some point, I'd be very interested to learn more about it. Because I know whether it's, Chico in the recovery of the campfire, or up in Redding, out in Santa Rosa and some other places, they really focus on this as one of the solutions to replacing housing units that were lost because of fire and other things like that.
Yes, I mean, on that point, as you know, there's been a number of state laws in the last couple of years that have been passed. We'll be bringing that specific topic back, I think, in November through one of our other SB2 planning grant related projects. And to answer your question kind of in advance, I think state law has addressed a lot of those kind of local concerns or local barriers to accessory dwelling units. So we'll be highlighting those in a couple months.
Okay.
So again, here are the units. You can see sort of the projected surplus with the plan as it's been laid out. Of course, this requirement, there are these sites, and the requirement with RHNA is really just to look at identifying the sites. It by no means locks these sites in as that use. As you know, we cannot use RHNA as a reason to deny a housing project. So before we move on, just throwing that in. And we'll let Cynthia go ahead with the next section on actions.
Sure. So as Stefan was just mentioning, there is some new state law that has come around for this housing element cycle. So the three main items that we will address mainly through programs will be supportive housing, low barrier navigation center, and fair housing. So for supportive housing, if a supportive housing project meets certain criteria, parameters, then it must be permitted by right where multifamily and mixed uses are permitted, including non-residential zones. So obviously it has to hit these certain items. So 25% of the units have to be affordable for supportive housing. So there's different parameters. It's not just, free range of by right. There are specifics that go along with that. The next is the low barrier navigation centers. They must be permitted by right in mixed use zones. A low barrier navigation center is a service enriched shelter that is focused on moving people into permanent housing. And the last one is fair housing. So the city must have a plan to take action to address fair housing issues. And we will look at what the city currently is doing as part of your AI, and we will include that into a program and into the elements to address AB 686. We will also be looking at high opportunity areas when we are looking at the sites inventory. So we will address, safe neighborhoods, amenities, access to food, employment centers, things like that when we are identifying where the sites fall.
That's a question about AB 686. What is the president's executive order around affirmative fair marketing, affirmatively furthering fair housing plan that HUD had that is essentially, I guess, got deleted? Was this at the state level just to reinforce that we're going to continue to do the same thing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. So it was done away with at a federal level, and the state has taken it on and enforced this through the housing element effort.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm going to hand this back over to you to kind of go through the current programs.
Sure. So just to highlight, we aren't considering any major or significant changes to any of the existing housing element actions that are found in our housing element already. So really, this is an opportunity to sort of highlight what those are, and really you can see on this slide are the categories of existing actions that exist in our housing element. If there are any desires to change or modify those, now would be a good time for that kind of feedback. We do have additional slides available to discuss these in more detail if desired, but if not, we'll just be covering this with a summary. So you can see the categories, the major categories of housing element actions that we already have, including increasing affordable housing stock, preserving existing affordable housing, reducing blights, accessing funding, improving project review processes, matching housing and employment, coordinating regionally, encouraging development on sites in our inventory, as well as housing for residents with special needs. So seeing no comments, we do have two additional items, actually, not really revisions to existing actions, but staff sort of proposals for, or topics for discussion for the council to consider, which we'll be covering now. So at a staff level, we've been having a discussion about, finding ways of incentivizing housing and housing development projects. And one of the topics that has come up has been around development impact fees that the city controls. So the topic here before the council this evening for discussion is really to see if there is any desire or interest from the council to look at lowering development impact fees specifically for affordable housing development projects. This is slide 1 of 2. In the second slide, it's a similar question, but really focused on the TOD or transit-oriented development projects. We don't need we don't need to figure out the specifics now. Really what we're looking for is feedback or direction if staff should do initial analysis to include it as an action in the housing element. And if we were to include it as an action in the housing element, we would basically be giving ourselves 8 years to figure out specifically what we wanted to do in this area.
Yes, don't take 8 years.
Right. So
aren't most of these projects negotiated with city council for a variety of issues like this anyway? I'm wondering why we would sort of give away some negotiation power up front here. That's not making sense to me.
So I don't think the desire is to really specify the way that we would lower development fees. To your point, we would want to negotiate with them, with developers, nonprofit developers, to really make sure that anything that the city provides maximizes the the leverage that the city is providing for the project to get additional funding. So you can see there's different methods of doing it. We don't want to specify, which way we might go forward with this, especially at this time.
My other comment is I'm interested in something broader than this. One of the biggest challenges we've got now on Folsom Boulevard, and you can make the same argument on Coloma and Sunrise and Bradshaw and probably Zinfandel, that infill development is so hard because of all the barriers placed in front of it by all the different independent agencies, everybody leveraging fees and charges and taxes and upgrade requirements, planning changes, all loaded on infill, basically just making it nearly impossible to pull off, except in some extraordinary circumstances. I'm interested in addressing that. And this is a little part of that, but, it seems like I would much rather talk about lowering fees for infill overall than just pull out affordable housing and say that's a special case. And I'm really kind of still uncomfortable with the idea of, giving away a negotiating point before we even start a negotiation.
As a former developer, I would completely disagree with you, David. I get from the standpoint of negotiating from the city, but adding clarity and people understanding what that fee structure looks like, what things they would or wouldn't, when the developer is deciding whether or not they're going to buy land somewhere, predictability of what they would have to do. I mean, just the fact that we're saying that we're going to go through and negotiate all these items every single time, us and that developer have to pay people to do all of that stuff, or do it themselves and take the time without really clarity about how it's going to turn out. So I get your argument when it comes to infill, but in general, whether it's affordable housing or anything, adding predictability where you don't have to negotiate every damn point, to me, is more advantageous than saying, we need to keep all of these things in our vests so that, when we get there, we can, really put the screws to them to get the best deal for the city as opposed to the sewer district or whatever else. So, I mean, a lot of the things you just said add time, which add money and costs to a project that ultimately may or may not get done. Because if they go somewhere else, and I'll give you the perfect example, the city of Sacramento went in and said, I believe for 80% or below units, they were waiving or deferring at least a lot of the fees when it came to affordable housing development. And that was being asked for by Habitat for Humanity. It was being asked for by Mercy Housing, a lot of other folks that looked at these projects and said, if we knew what this was, we could build this year. If not, we may have to wait 4 or 5 years before we can put those things forward. But again, if the city or that developer has to individually negotiate that every single time, one, we don't have 20 Steffens and a planning staff of 50 people that can deal with just the ones that we have. And that's always been a huge knock on the city of Sacramento, is they negotiate every one of those things, and that's why so many of those things take so long to do infill, because they'll take as much time to do 2 or 3 houses in Oak Park as they will for a whole subdivision in the Tunnels.
Yeah, my point is I wouldn't want to narrow this just to affordable housing. I'd want it to be for the entire corridor, including affordable housing, not just a special case for affordable housing.
Yeah, but affordable housing.
I agree with you.
Do this.
David, I agree with you, because the goal here is to remodel the built environment along Folsom Boulevard, and it could be phrased in terms of a laundry list of things that a project might qualify for. And for all of the, if you remember, the Fong property had to have water, sewer, and storm drain work done on it. And Target was delayed almost 2 years because of the water line construction. So those are classic infill projects that could have moved along if we had a strategy for facilitating infill.
Yeah.
So we did have that point in the middle of the slide there, the question of what would be the target group. So I'm hearing there's a couple thoughts of extending it beyond low income and workforce housing, really to just look at infill areas rather than income groups.
Yeah, because I think, you know, if you're talking infill, obviously you don't want just affordable housing in all your infill projects. So, you know, whatever that proposal will have to be, it'll have to apply to pretty much everything, regardless of what the income level was.
I think you'd have to have some variables in any of those things. You have some affordable, you know, housing, but it would be ridiculous to try to use some property that really hasn't been used yet. But say, okay, it's all going to have low-income housing in it. That would be the people who own the property wouldn't want to do that, I don't think.
David, it's similar to the way Regional SAN has, for some time, had a fee structure for infill development and a fee structure for greenfield.
Yeah, and their infill fee structure was not helpful, and I mean in the cases I know about.
So it seems like we're sort of bleeding into the next slide. So I'm going to try and advance it. And I mean, I think, you know, you've kind of broadened the question beyond, you know, just an income targeted area or a specific sort of transit-oriented development targeted area to really look at the overall infill areas of the city. So I kind of want to bring this into that discussion. The thought here, the question here was looking at transit-oriented development within just a quarter mile of light rail stations, and then looking at, you know, whether those projects that might be included would need sort of a minimum density level, or you know, if you wanted to open that up to all single family or everything in between. That's a question we would also like feedback on.
Okay, but Stefan, the whole thing is predicated on it being nothing but housing. And we've always approached transit-oriented development as mixed use.
Thank you for bringing that up. That's definitely another additional consideration we can put into this. So if we wanted to focus that on projects that are mixed use only, or open that up to something broader.
You know, if I may, Council, I think one of the things is, as you look at incentives or the ability to influence development, this really becomes to what do you want to incentivize to get done? And so, you know, as we've talked about the importance of housing in our TODs to really kind of start to pursue that development, we have the ability, you have the ability to set policy choices to provide those kinds of incentives to trying to influence the type of projects that come into these areas. And I think really what we wanted to do is just put this out there as a discussion piece to broaden your interest. And I think I totally hear, you know, the comments on infill development. Infill development is hard. And I think we have tools that we could potentially use to give people certainty in kind of pursuing the type of hard work that infill development is. And I think these are just potential discussion points or policy decisions that could be a part of the housing element policy discussion areas. We don't have to make the choice today of what those are, but it is something that we could look into to what are we trying to incentivize or to get done in some of these infill or TUD areas related to housing and mixed-use development.
Micah, don't you think it's also important, though, that we look at this in the context of we're not sure what the financial fallout from the current economy is going to be or how long it's going to last? So is this, we did this in 2007 or 8 when we gave property owners on the boulevard, we extended their ability to maintain a non-conforming use zone, and we got stuck with a couple of degraded buildings that should have been torn down 12 years ago. There's the problem right now, from my perspective, is the unintended consequences. We don't know. What's that phrase? We don't know what we don't know. We don't know how long any of this is going to last. And so giving away fees may not be a good idea.
Totally agree that it's got to be in context of the full picture of where we're at and what we need to do future. This is not a discussion of making a decision today. It's just, is this something worth considering and looking at?
Yeah, for a year at SACOG, I've chaired this task force that's looking at infill, specifically commercial corridors, and what do you do there? And the takeaways are pretty interesting. Simple things like you've got to facilitate the small project as much as you facilitate the big. And what government tends to do is look for the giant project, when in reality it's not the giant project that sort of sets the tone for things. It's the mix of small projects that do. It's the mix of small projects that sort of create the new texture of the environment you're looking for there, not the giant project. So you require a mix, but typically cities focus just on the giant and kind of ignore or run over the small. And that eliminates an awful lot of development potential, because there's a lot of small parcels out there on Folsom Boulevard and elsewhere on these corridors. So it's a combination of, fees and policies that make that want to happen. And affordable housing will be part of that mix. There's no question about that. You also want housing for people of higher income there. You need more density, more disposable income to create the opportunity that lifts, that sort of raises all boats on that economic tide. So trying to come up with our best strategy for corridors, I think, is a smart thing to do, and this is clearly part of it. But to say right now, yeah, we're going to do this for a quarter mile from the Todd, I don't know. I think there's situations where the quarter mile doesn't make sense along Folsom Boulevard, and then there's some, bigger stretches that we ought to be considering. So I don't know. I think maybe we got to do something as radical as a revisit of the Folsom Boulevard planning documents, but at least we ought to have some sort of a cogent policy that deals with how we're going to treat infill and facilitate it.
Yeah, let's go back and remember that between Rod Beaudry and McGregor, there are 275 individual parcels, and almost 80% of them are half acre.
Well, like you said, David, I think when you have the government looking at the huge thing and not thinking about the smaller, it's kind of like we depend on small business, not just all the big ones. So you have to, I would rather look at this, again, I'm not going to try to make a decision on some of these things tonight. There's too much to go over, and I'm not going to do it.
That's absolutely fine. It sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like there is interest to look at this topic. We don't need to figure out any specifics tonight. So we'll do some more work on this and bring something back for the draft housing element update. And like I mentioned, it can be something very general that we would look into specifically over the next several years.
And Micah, there's one other consideration here. Maybe this is for Cyrus too. The legislature is obviously active in this space, and they every year have toyed around with state mandates that would remove our ability to plan for these zones, right, along what has been extraordinarily loosely defined as Todd in some cases. So is there a defensive strategy or consideration here at all about, is there a way that we need to, or some things we need to be careful not to touch based on what they're trying to legislate for us and decide for us?
Yeah, I think I get the.
I'm not anti-housing.
Yeah, no, I think I get the scenario of, there's some things that maybe we want to make sure, from a process. It's something to consider, and is I think part of the conversation of as the different rules change on what can actually be legislated, making it easier or I guess cheaper in some of these instances to do some of these projects may have an unintended consequence to maybe some of the types of projects that get built. So I think we take that into consideration when we look at these things. And so I think partly too, I'm not hearing, a resounding kind of support for maybe even looking at this, but maybe there's a separate conversation related to infill on a global scale. But I am hearing maybe there is potential if there are projects that, that are interested, that there is a willingness to look at this as a part of a particular project if they come in.
And Council, if I also expand on that conversation, I have dealt with development projects for many, many decades, large and small. And my experience is that every project is unique, and it really does, depending on the makeup of the project, they may need certain incentives or certain facilitation to make them happen. So I see your point of not, it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's the overall flexibility that we want to be open to facilitate this kind of development. So work needs to be done. I think it's, and we also have to identify the value that each project brings to the table and be able to respond to it as needed and accordingly.
And Donald's comments certainly weren't wrong. Simplicity is good, from a developer or owner's situations. It should also be good for our perspective.
Yeah, and I will echo just that it is important, as like we do with our business incentive programs. Certainty is key too to getting projects interested and getting people interested, development projects interested. So it is a little bit of a balance between something that is simple and kind of over-the-counter type of opportunity to get people interested, but then also digging into each individual project. So there is a little bit of a balance between the two.
Well, I think I liken it to, our discussions around like economic development or landing big employers and stuff, right? Playing your hand and saying, this is what we'll do for you if you want to build here, right? It's kind of the same idea that we say when we say, you move this many jobs here, this was the incentive that we had.
Right.
Go ahead.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I just think that, I hope we get away from the idea that every one of these transactions we need to extract something. The point is to get things developed and on Folsom Boulevard and a lot of other places, and predictability and saying like, here's what we'll do that Citrus Heights won't do, and West Sac won't do, and the city of Sacramento won't do, but we'll do it here. I think there's a lot of value there, especially in what is probably going to be a pretty rough economic outlook for the next at least few years.
All right, good discussion, I think.
Yep, thank you. We'll go ahead and just finish off this presentation with our project schedule. And I think that's there, Jennifer.
Will you switch to the next slide?
Yep.
Sorry. So here's our project schedule. So we kicked off in May. We've been working on the draft since June. We've held stakeholder consultations to gather input. In August, we had our community workshop. We are now in September with the city council meeting this evening. The next steps will be a public review draft. We will bring the draft back to council, and then we will submit that to HCD to start the 60-day review process. During that process, we will work with HCD to gain a conditional compliance letter, and then we will bring this back to you in March for adoption of the document.
All right, very good. Any other comments on this matter? All right, seeing none, we are going to move on to, thank you guys for your presentation. And I simply have no public comment again on this matter.
Mayor Sander, we do have public comment. So Mark.
Oh, we do? Excellent.
Yes. Mark Berry, are you in the room?
I am.
We thank you for your patience.
Oh, my goodness, Mark. Well, I got to recuse myself again.
Thank you.
I think.
I stepped away for a sec. Why is David recusing himself?
We're taking public comment.
Got it.
So, good evening. My name's Mark Berry again. I live in East Tiffany Lane, and I'm thank you for the opportunity to hear this tonight. I know it was a long evening, probably for you. I don't know if this is the normal process, but I'm impressed by what you do. As I think all of you know, I think the parcel I'm concerned about was the C1 piece of property that was discussed, that was pointed out. I understand it already has some sort of multi-use zoning. And really, I just wanted to say a couple things this evening that I'm not sure came about in some of my prior addresses. One is neither I nor I think anybody in the East Tiffany Lane community is anti-development. We're not trying to stop the project, basically. I think the view of myself and many others in the community is that's a unique piece of property. It's something very special. I think you have a very cool piece of property there you can do a lot with. Even looking at your map, there's no other parcel that you have right up against the river. And the lower part of that parcel, again, is 20 acres. It's in the floodplain. But then, it comes up on this bluff about 30 feet that borders Folsom Boulevard, that I think everybody in the neighborhoods would welcome some development there, would welcome some improvement. There's, all sorts of really creative things you could do now, matching the housing and employment needs. There's this big trend to work at home, maybe some sort of working housing below. I know I've been involved with several developments in different cities, San Francisco area and also in the Seattle area, where there are multi-story housing with actual, porches on the top where the roofs are, especially along like Lake Washington or along the areas. And you might be able to do something like that, on that upper plateau, on that upper bluff, and really invite executive type of people there who, the RT station gets developed, they could jump on that, go downtown. There still would be in the corridor there to go to restaurants and shopping. There are some restaurants there that are quite good. So that area, really could benefit from development and even some high density development to help the commercial properties along that area. And, when people are working, I think as we all have in this COVID, everybody in this room, I think, except, the council members have been, going to Zoom. A lot of us are working and Zoom from home. But when we get the opportunity, we want to go somewhere and experience something. So having that lower basin remain a park, it's in a floodplain. It's going to take an awful lot to change that. And I'm not sure if it'll ever be adequately addressed in my mind. But there's a lot you could do with that lower basin, turn it into a park. It has a lot of historic connections, which I'm researching right now and want to bring forward to the council later. But there's a lot more that could be done rather than just putting and filling, that parcel. I know it looks like in a map that it's flat, but it's really not. There's a lot going on there. And
please wrap up your comments.
And really, what we're talking about in that lower basin is only 100 units. And that 100 units, I'm listening to tonight, could really be put in a lot of different places. And then you could do something very cool with that piece of property other than just pack it full of houses. Thank you. And I'd welcome the opportunity to speak with anybody about some development ideas with that. Thank you very much.
We have another speaker card from Helen. And you would like the mayor to be present, absolutely.
And again, for the benefit of the public, the mayor stepped away from the dais because he owns property that is adjacent to the proposal that was being discussed. For the last speaker, the mayor stepped away just for the benefit of the public because he has a property near the subject of what he's talking about.
Not there yet.
Okay. Is he back?
We're taking a moment while the mayor rejoins us.
Okay, he's here.
Okay.
Back.
Thank you for the message, Stacy.
Mayor Sander, we have a second public comment. Helen is here. After that, we have another public comment in Zoom, and we have a written public comment.
Okay, my comment, thank you for allowing me to speak again. My comment addresses all this high growth. We have issues as a city dealing with crime. We're adding all this new growth. What are we doing to address the hot areas of crime? Because eventually they're going to filtrate out to these other areas. So that's my big concern. We're moving forward, but we haven't resolved some issues in some other parts of the community. So that's it.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments on this item? Any further council discussion?
We have an additional public comment in Zoom, and I'm going to allow them to talk right now. Caller, are you there? I don't have a name.
I'm here.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Sarah Zimmerman. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff with SEIU Local 1000, and we did submit comments as well, so I'm going to summarize the written comments we submitted. Partly, I just want to thank all of the council, the mayor, the vice mayor, and the council members for their service. We represent about 45,000 state workers in the greater Sacramento area, about 95,000 state workers throughout California. Many of you know our franchise tax board campus in Rancho Cordova. A lot of those are members of SEIU Local 1000. And we've started getting involved in the housing element process, and we think it's incredibly important, and it's a really useful discussion about the future of workforce housing and affordable housing, both of which we're very interested in engaging around. So partly tonight, I just wanted to introduce ourselves, our local, and to say that we are very interested in being an ongoing partner in the discussion of the housing element. We submitted 4 questions, and just to summarize the questions that we had about the current proposal, and also want to just recognize the incredible work of the staff on the presentation and PlaceWorks for the presentation this evening. Our first question was about the Nexus study and the development fee impact report, and we're hoping to get more information about the most recent Nexus study and an exploration of the linkage fees for commercial non-residential development. Our second question is around research in how lowering developer fees can create incentives to finance affordable housing. I know that was a proposal this evening, and staff were asking for more direction around financing affordable housing and transit housing. We're very interested in the details of that research. And we would hope that that research also includes potential partnerships with affordable housing and nonprofit developers. Our third question was about the parcel-specific land inventory. We know there was some information about infill and greenfield parcels, and we're hoping to see a complete parcel-specific land inventory. And our final question is about the history of Rancho Cordova. Many, many cities did not achieve the VLI and LI components of the housing element in the last 8 years. I believe in Rancho Cordova, the city was 6.5% VLI compliant and 0% LI compliant. And we would like to know what is going to change going forward in order to avoid this trend and see what measures the city is going to be able to take to achieve the VLI and LI components. But we'd also like to see the analysis of what Rancho Cordova proposed during the prior housing element for VLI and LI housing, an analysis of what worked and what did not, and how this will change going forward. So again, I thank you very much for your time, for your public service, and we really look forward to developing a relationship around the housing element and affordable housing and mixed-use housing in Rancho Cordova. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other public comment?
The written public comment that I received was from Sarah Zimmerman, and that was also sent to the council, made available to the public as well.
All right. Anything else on this matter? Very good. That was item 12.3. Thank you, staff. Item 13, and we have just cracked 4 hours of this meeting. My goodness, I thought it was going to be a simple one. Council request for future agenda items, item 13. Anything? Seeing none, we are rapidly headed towards adjournment.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we
asked for council members, Irish, not you.
It's just a comment. We had planned on having a work session for next Tuesday, September 29. We don't really have any pressing items. It's also the night of a presidential debate. Any problems, issues with the city council to cancel that work session?
No, please do.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we will cancel that work session on that day. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Anything else on item 13 or anything else? Otherwise, we are going to adjourn our meeting and adjourn it tonight in memory of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She certainly lived a remarkable life, was a pioneer in a number of ways, connected with people way beyond what a normal Supreme Court justice might, had remarkable friendships on both sides of political or philosophical aisle. And so tonight we're going to honor her in closing our meeting and close it in memory of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. We are adjourned.
Good night, y'all.
Thank you all.
Good night.